Okay. So, there's that. Okay, now it looks like my microphone is picking me up just fine. That's really weird. I hope that wasn't... No, it probably was. I was gonna say, I hope that wasn't happening just while I was sitting here trying to intro. I also realized that this is on screen. Whoops. What about my other plugin real quick while I'm checking them? This is stuff I need to be checking before I go live. Everything here looks a bit normal. I bring that back down. I feel like I was supposed to change some other things about recomp. It's been so long though. Okay, I'm just gonna fiddle with that later. OBS looks like it's picking me up just fine now, so I'm gonna stop. Oh, that's right. They're like half siblings, aren't they? Or adopted siblings. Something like that. They know each other. We won't make you Dawn Servant by standing around here talking about it. Oh, also one thing I figured out after the stream yesterday, I figured out how to narrow the range of my mouse. Apparently, it uses, so what this plugin uses, or this add-on uses, is an invisible screen next to my, or wherever the mouse is hypothetically positioned, and you just resize that to, because it's trying to match the same kind of resolution as your monitor is, or at least it's trying to give an approximation, and you just narrow that by the XYZ values to get a different width, so that my hand's not sliding all over the place. It's in a very clear spot. Here we go. Time to go to the new world. What is going on? Might have to like disable hand tracking. It'll still work on the keyboard and mouse.
Savoring the moment? I can
There we
feel
go.
your excitement, your eagerness to explore the unknown.
Well, for once, the fate of the world doesn't rest on our shoulders. We might even get a chance to enjoy ourselves.
Do not be so quick to relax. Though Tural may seem but a short sail away on a map, the vast seas between brim with peril. The treacherous waters of Shade's Triangle alone have claimed countless vessels. Even following the safe route plotted by Admiral Buffiswin herself, this will be no pleasure cruise.
Perhaps, but my voyage here was uneventful enough. Disappointingly so.
Either way, the two of you have first-hand experience, which will be of great comfort in the days ahead, I'm sure.
What was that sound for?
Aye, it's nothing new to us.
All aboard! We're casting off!
It's time. I trust you have everything you need?
I feel like I should change my shirt dye from red. But we don't need to be color-coded.
And so does our ship cast off from the docks. We
Also,
sail west,
Airspells are narrator.
as
Okay.
Captain Ram did some 80 years past, bound for the New World, known to her children as the continent of Tural.
Just wait, Papa. When this contest is said and done, it'll be your daughter who sits the throne. Me, Woklamat!
Part of what was a struggle for picking a job this time was trying to find something that's both new and refreshing, and also feels like ready for summer vacation. Monk was the only other job that I thought would fit with summer vacation, but I didn't want to redesign my glam, and I don't feel like the glam fits for the story. And my Paladin and Dark Knight, I felt like, are too serious. And Reaper just doesn't fit the aesthetic at all.
Smooth sailing so far?
Aye, so far so good. But this sea, she's a fickle one. Calm one moment, blowing a
Look at all
gale
those
the next.
textures!
I'll take my rest while I can then.
Those shaders have roughness and height.
We left port what seems an age ago now, and we've seen naught but open water ahead. I knew Tural was far, but it's another thing to really know. Speaking of which, some of our fellow passengers have made this trip before. Several times, in fact. I was able to learn a few things about Tuliolal and the right of succession. Since we still have a long way to go, why not have a chat with them yourself? I'm sure you have questions of your own.
Here, take an excuse to pass time, hint hint.
Did you look out across these same waters, Grandfather?
Okay, Warudo definitely thinks that my glasses are a hand, and it's trying to track it. Okay, let me see if I can get my microphone lifted and out of the way. I'm gonna get a new microphone arm soon, so I can finally have control again. Here we go, this should be okay. And I turn this a little bit. Okay. Of course, my eyes are immediately drawn to the orange crystals. My favorite color and my favorite thing? Hell yeah. I don't know if I even want to try and pronounce this. Fonjontain? Fonjontain? Fonjontan? Fonjontain? I don't know. I was working at Esh Times Aesthetics in Ulda, you see, but my employment with them came to an end. That's why I visited Charlan. Is the music too loud? Actually, no, it's not. That's why I visited Charlan in hopes of starting over. While I was attempting and failing to find a new job, I seized the chance to board this vessel when I overheard room for another passenger had suddenly opened up. I'm told the Dawn Servant welcomes all regardless of origin, and so Tuliolal seemed like the perfect place to begin anew. Everybody's going to Brazil to start over. Hopefully things will go better this time. I see you in Orzia before, you great and famous hero. God, I've had enough of playing the simpleton. There was a time when we took great pains to maintain the deception, but with more of you Eorzeans coming to Tural, it's becoming Wait, what? Besides, my mercenary days are over. Too many of our warband have fallen, and so we head home to lick our... Wait, so the Mamulja have been putting on a fake air of... Or maybe it's just this one. Wait, so either this is evidence that either it's just this one Mamulja, or it's evidence that the Mamulja mercenaries are all just pretending to grunt and sound simple. My stories? Well, since you asked, I wanted to retrace the historic journey of the great Kenenram. But you know, the first Eorzea to set foot on Tural, almost 80 years ago. I said I wasn't going to voice act. I started voice acting. The Mamulja's leader is said to have welcomed Kenenram with open arms and sent him home with a bounty of silverware as a token of their friendship. But the real treasure was the crops he brought back. Potatoes, tomatoes, and corn, which spread across Eorzea like wildfire. His grand adventure led him to a culinary revolution. And how many of those agricultural changes brought damage to the land because of, what's the word? That invasive species, that's what I'm thinking of. How many of those crops were invasive species to Eorzea and changed the landscape forever? I feel like there was a botany quest about that. That even a seasoned explorer like him could reach such an end is testimony to the ocean's peril. An adventurer, I presume? I'm a merchant myself, based in Nula. Specialty imports and exports, Eorzea and Turali both. If this is your first crossing the salt, as they say, do remember that the social mores of Eorzea are not necessarily the same as those over yonder. Consider this. It is not uncommon for the various races to be referred to instead by the names of certain clans. For the Mikote, the Hetsaro. Oh, that's interesting. The Rothgar, the Shukral. Not because every member of a given clan is of the same race, mind, but because many individuals of said race are associated with a clan. Oh, I see. So is that something like... So I'm something... Actually, I'm assuming... I don't... Tripping over my words, trying to think and talk at the same time. So that statement makes me kind of think that we're going to see a lot of Mikote with the H in the name, or just completely different naming conventions whatsoever. Do you want to make a wager? We're taking bets on who'll be sat next to the Dawn Servant's shiny chair. There are 4 claimants in the right of succession, your young Wuk Lamat being one of them, of course. But from what a Mamulja bloke was telling us, the other 3 are all strong contenders. Not too many keen to risk their coin on the third promise. What's the third promise? Speak with Kryl. Where did Kryl go? Oh, she didn't go anywhere. Did you learn anything of interest? Oh, I hadn't heard that about the clan names. We should have Wuk Lamat and Erenville teach us the ones we should know. Actually, it's getting a little chilly up here on deck. Let's all gather in the cabin. Why am I dropping frames? Oh well, it's less than 1% of frames.
We're in for a proper storm, it seems.
How's your stomach? Any better?
I don't know what you mean. I don't get seasick. I'm just feeling a little nauseous is all.
Isn't that what seasickness is?
Erenville, you were born in Tural, yes? Do many Viera live there?
The Shatona, as my people are called, have settlements mainly in the north, in Shaktural.
Shaktura.
And your family?
Shak mean north?
I know nothing of my father, not even his name. As for my mother...
Oh. Well, we don't get to know, I guess.
We're in the teeth of a narrowlands. Reef that sail for the last snaps.
Oh dear.
Only Elsa's at watch. This wind's too strong to take in your sound. I'm going off the mast. We need help. Get him below decks first. Quickly, before he's washed overboard.
Wait,
Come,
who?
we should lend what aid we can.
Did they say the captain? I know somebody's in danger of going overboard, but who did they say?
I have not seen the ocean rage with such fury before or since. The heaving waves tossed our ship about like a toy, sending sailors tumbling. The dauntless Alizé, quick to the rescue, was almost lost to the sea herself.
Very interesting narrating what's happening as it's happening. Wait, why are... What?
Meanwhile, our champion rushed to deploy the vessel's magical defenses.
Oh, I see.
And thereby shield us from the lightning. What an extraordinary life he must lead to be able to operate such a device with practiced ease.
That was probably more of a chuckle than that deserved, but that was funny to me.
Voklamat, too, threw herself into the rescue efforts, though one might have mistaken her for another soul in distress.
I was actually hoping
By
for
the
a battle
time the
instance.
unruly seas had calmed, our strength was all but spent, and we had yet to even glimpse the shores of Tural. In retrospect, of course, that battle against the storm would prove a fitting prelude to the coming contest for the throne.
I always love when they... It gave me such chills when they referred back to the Limsa opening for 1.0 with Endwalker's little ship intro. Going to Charlian. Are they going to call back to that exact thing here and now? Actually, no, because this time we don't have the twins or the old guy with the drink. Man, it's gonna be weird when we get a sad moment and my expression stays happy.
Morning. Joining us for some fresh air? Seems my belly has settled along with the weather, but I'll feel much better once we're on solid ground.
I just noticed her hat clipped through her neck.
Can't be much farther now, can it?
Seabirds. Land must be near. You need only hold out a while longer.
For a dark moment, I thought the ocean might swallow us. Glad to have my pessimism proven wrong.
In other good news, I examined the sailor who took a fall, and he's faring well. I'm sure he'll make a full recovery.
Good news indeed. If all's well, then we needn't delay in launching the landing boat.
Already?
Ships have to lower anchors some way from shore. Too close, and they risk having their underbellies ripped open by the reefs that crowd Tuliola's coasts. Come.
I guess that makes sense. I wonder if is that going to be a plot point later? Is that a loaded gun moment? Are we going to have something wrong happen with the reef? Or is that just set up?
Thanks for bringing us all this way.
Ha! We only did what we were paid to do. Couldn't hardly set you adrift halfway. If anything, it should be us thanking you for helping us through that beast of a storm. As a matter of fact, everyone's starting to fancy your chances in the contest. At this rate, we won't be
Really?
able to
After
lay
she passed out
wagers
on
no
deck?
more.
Then I better not let you down. Easy, stomach. Easy.
We're the last to board. If there's
I
nothing left to
appreciate
say,
that she's
then
kind
let's
of
shove
a
off, shall
fool.
we?
It's great when they introduce an imperfect character. I feel like the graphics update made my cheeks too round.
Blue seas, clear skies, and boundless possibilities. I dare say our destination will soon be in sight.
Enjoying yourself for a change?
There, look, my friends. Behold the scene of our next great adventure.
At last, we are come to the land you call the New World. To my home, Tural.
And title drop. Woo! Jazz is not what I expected. But I love me some jazz. I haven't listened to any in a long time. Oh, it's so very refreshing to see Mamulja in clothes instead of just wearing like mercenary generic armor. Vanu.
Gods, I've seen cities with an impressive mix of cultures, but this is something else.
Is that a... No. I've never seen Vanu feathers in that color before.
You're like a macaw.
You'll find much here you never knew existed. There may be a sea route now, but visitors to Tulihyolal are still few and far between. And as we don't build seafaring ships, only a handful of Turali ever venture abroad.
Mamulja sellswords mostly. Those willing to play the fool sail with Lominsan merchants to secure employment in Eorzea.
I suppose that makes us a rare sight in your country.
Rare and currently undocumented. Were there some forms we should fill out, or...?
Forms? Did you forget who you're traveling with?
You are outsiders? Visitors to Tural?
We are.
Our nation is soon to hold a right of succession to choose its next dawn servant. We will not abide interference from foreign agents seeking to foment trouble. What brings you to Tulihyolal?
I can answer that. These fine people are allies in my succession bid.
I like that Rothgar's armor.
Third promise. If you vouch for them, then all is well. Of course.
Please,
Third-
accept our
Oh,
apologies.
she's third promise?
No need to bow and scrape. That our soldiers are so diligent in their duties fills me with pride.
We'll be continuing our patrol then.
Well, well. You really are a figure of authority here.
Are you suggesting I don't look the part? Anyway, first things first. I bid you welcome to Tulihyolal.
Oh, this is just the whole city theme? I thought this was just for the cutscene. Finally in the new world. I'll tell you what. Tulihyolal is a neat destination and all. But there is one thing I'm specifically hoping we get to see. Mamuk? Ooh, hell yeah. I want to see the canyon. I think it's called Lapis Canyon. The place where blue mages come from. I don't know how deep into this continent that area is. Actually, let me see the world map. Zaktural is the America. I don't see any obvious canyon blue colors streaking on the map. Why is my bitrate dropping? I don't seem to be dropping frames. Maybe in this little area that kind of looks like it could be a big blue canyon. Unless... Where's the Grand Canyon in America? Maybe that's what it's an allegory for. Allegory is the wrong word. Grand Canyon, Nevada? Arizona. Whoa, hold on a second. I just noticed this. What is this crack? Maybe that's the Lapis Canyon. What's it called? I shouldn't. I was about to look it up, but I shouldn't, because that, if it does exist, there might be spoilers attached, so I probably should not type that into Google. Still, that is the place that I want to see the most, is Blue Mage's Lapis Canyon, or whatever the actual name is called. Okay. Let me stop getting distracted. There's a game to play. A world to explore. Things to fight. My network is showing yellow and I'm confused. What's my bitrate set to? 4K? Let's try dropping that to 35K. Or 3.5K. Maybe that'll help. I don't even know if it's having problems on the viewer's end. I just see yellow and I panic. You've arrived in Turiolo. You can return to the city at any time by speaking with the swarthy sailor in Scholar's Harbor in Old Charlian. I'm tempted to make a Rothgal. What do you mean by technically royalty? Why would you put the Warrior of Light and the third promise in the same party? That's a lot of attention. If anybody happens to recognize the Warrior of Light. Although who knows, maybe nobody knows us. Which should be refreshing. We're just regular people. Oops. That trumpet still throws me off. Let me guess, it's time for a company quest. Aaronville already mentioned the reefs in our coastal waters, which explains why you don't see big ships moored at the docks. Only vessels with shallow drafts can navigate the bay. Most of these small fishing boats are barges ferrying cargo up and down the rivers from the inland settlements. Much of the incoming traffic is from Yogtural, the southern landmass. The clans there produce various goods for export. Their wares are unloaded here and carted off to the merchant stalls in the neighboring markets. Speaking of which, Bayside Vevi should be our next stop. Yep, there it is, accompaniment. Yes, I know how these work. You use them way too much in Endwalker. Ooh, what's going on with my FPS? 31? Maybe if I close Unity Hub. Oh no, it's just the zone. Let me drop my shadows to a lower resolution, maybe that'll help. Helped a little. I don't know what else I can do. I'm assuming it's because there's tons of people here. Like if I look at the ground, it's not helping actually. Okay, hold on. This might actually be a technical issue. I need to go to another zone and test. Because, like, I don't have the best computer in the world, but I definitely don't think I should be getting half the frame rate unless it's entirely crowd-based, which I've been in crowded areas before and not have too many issues. Oh, I should probably go grab some Ethernet shards too to help get around. Aunt T's Tacos? I wonder where we'll find Grahatia based on the trailer. Oh, there's a lot of people right there. Okay, that might be the exact reason. I'm gonna test though. We'll go to my house and see if the frames pick back up. If they do, then I know it's purely the number of people that are here. Okay, yeah, I'm back near 60, so it's just how tightly packed everyone is over there. Which is fine. I expected something like that. I didn't expect such a huge frame drop, but I expected some impact. I need a computer upgrade. I'm running a 2080. Might not even be my graphics card, it might be CPU. Might be bottlenecked. Although 2080 is kind of oldish. I mean, we are in the 40s, and I think I heard development of the 50s is not far. What's weird is I'm still not used to having access to Charlian and Radzit Han. Those are also locations we've been talking about since A Realm Reborn, and feel like I'm not used to being able to actually access them. This is Bayside Bevy, Tuliola's largest marketplace. Being right on the harbor, everything from fresh fish to imported wares go directly to the shelves. Anything you want, they most likely have. Oh right, I should mention that here in Tuliola we buy things with Pel, a currency that the Pelu Pelu created. But don't worry, more and more trade is coming over from Eorzea, so most shops are happy to accept your guild. There's also what you makey. What you making. There's also what you makey, another market to the east of here, but that can wait for another time. I have other places I want to show you first. Next we'll head back a bit, then northwards up the stairs to a certain plaza. I can't wait to see the look on your faces. Well, when you just say plaza, of course I'm gonna assume it's an aetheryte plaza. Also, I want to grab these shards while I'm here. Is that the Reshi attire? It is. Can I tell you about a tiny change that does not matter but makes me giddy? Purple and orange are my favorite colors. But having crafter and gatherer scripts based on purple and orange is kind of exciting to me. For no real reason. I see the crafters are already hard at work. Actually, I'm not even sure what they'd be hard at work on, because I think the raid tier crafting gear is not even here yet. I think that's launching with the raid tier. I think that's what they said on the patch notes or something. What do you think of that, eh? Goodness me, you have aetherytes and Tuliolal? Why wouldn't they? I think I told you before, but my brother Koana... Koana? My brother Koana spent 3 years studying in Charlian. He fell in love with the nation and its ways and brought back to us the knowledge of aetheryte construction. Papa warmed to the idea at once, and had one built immediately. Did you do the tuning thing? If you're ready to continue, we'll head down again and then up the slope to the side. Right at the top is the gate which leads to Shaktural. Let's make a stop at Bright Plume Post. That's a word. Let's make a stop at Bright Plume Post on the way, though. That's the headquarters for the Landsguard. Want me to go over there? I'm gonna go this way. Or no, I'm not, because that's a wall. I'm gonna go this way. And hopefully be able to curl up and around. Also, this place is so much bigger than Kugane. I think Charlayan, too. It actually... It looks like it could be about the same size as Crystarium. That's just a guess on first glance, though. I want to look at people's new glams, but at the same time, I've already seen the word of a crafted weapon that says I shouldn't keep looking, if that makes sense. Oh man, there's gonna be a whole bunch of side quests I gotta deal with. We have alpaca porters instead of chocobo porters. Cute. Jazz is such a weird sound for this place. Like, I don't hate the song, but it seems out of place. I actually love the song. I'm assuming it's gonna come from a bicolor gemstone trader, which I don't see. Maybe that's the one. It's next to the hunt board, so that would make sense. I mean, that's obviously where nutsacks are traded, but where is bicolor gem? Or maybe bicolor gemstones in the endgame hub. I have no idea who that is. Just a random regen. Okay. I really should be looking around more. I'm staring at the map instead of the actual area. Yafalja? Hanmuho. Aww. That is a level of interaction we've not seen in this game before. At least outside of a cutscene. Because we've seen Nanamo climb onto Raban's shoulder, but we've never seen models just standing here interacting. That's cute. Baby Mamulja. What did my model just do? What the fuck? It looked like every blend shape tried to expand, or like my body tried to go to some far off coordinate. Oh, that's a pretty view. Oh, that's a gorgeous view. Ooh. Those are intriguing. The way the reef is shaped like that. And up here's the throne. I'm surprised we can just go straight in there. Also, my FPS is much better up here. I'm getting ahead of myself. Also, there is something very At-Ergan about this palace. Assuming that's what this is. This could actually not be the palace. I could be assuming things. That could be a temple. Also, I just realized it became daylight. The jazz got way jazzier. Or no, it's not. It's still the same. It's still nighttime. Just less than 2 hours before it turns into daytime. I'm very curious what the daylight sounds like, because it still feels like jazz is so weird. Tuliyola is a very pretty city. I enjoy this. So when are we getting housing in Tuliyola? Trudging up and down these slopes and stairs is exhausting. I understand now where Wuklamot gets her endless endurance. We have a lot of narrow winding streets that crawl up the sides of the mountain. As you can see though, the builders made sure the city's main thoroughfares are wide enough to accommodate wagons. Actually, there's a little bit of construction here that reminds me of Adeline from FF11, not just Ergon. Okay, I've got almost all my frames back up here. Way better. If I even look that way, does it matter? No. So it's really just being down there by the aetherite. It made me panic. Here we are, Bright Plume Post. The soldiers stationed here are responsible for defending Tuliyola and preserving the peace. The Landsguard are led by our nation's strongest warrior, and so naturally Papa has commanded them since the beginning. At least until 3 years ago, when Zoralja took over as commander. The title is no empty honor. It means the first promise is considered equal to the Dawn Serpent in martial strength. Meanwhile, I haven't even managed to... Well, I'll discuss my brothers and their accomplishments later. Alphino and Alize should be around to hear it too. Come on, it's time I showed you the Sky Gate. It's right at the northern end of Talon March. Wait, did I grab this Ethernet? I did not. Yay! Every shard found. Massive, isn't it? And on the other side is an equally massive bridge to match. Both were constructed by a race of giants, the Yokhui. Yokhui giants. Strictly speaking, Tural is actually two separate continents. Yok-Tural, the southern lands of the mother, and Jak-Tural, northern lands of the father, which lie beyond the bridge. Legends say it used to be one great landmass, but long, long ago the two gods fought a titanic battle, and when one threw the other to the ground, the impact was so devastating that it split the continent in twain. A familiar sounding tale. I am put in mind of the conflict between Hydaelyn and Zodiark. Oh damn, that is pretty damn close. But getting back to Jak-Tural, those lands are also part of the Tulialo Nation, correct? Give me a moment while I wait for a loud engine to pass by. That one actually got picked up by the mic. Okay, that's right. Isn't my father incredible? He united the peoples of two continents into a single nation. The many clans of Tural have been at war for generations. It was only when Papa traveled the lands and put a stop to the myriad conflicts that we finally had peace. And that's the main reason I want to win the throne, so I can preserve the peace he built. But I see you're more interested in what's beyond the gate than hearing about my aspirations. Crossing the bridge to Jak-Tural requires a special travel pass. Unfortunately, they won't issue any new permits until the rite of succession is over. I promise to get you one when I'm Dawnservant, but until then, you'll just have to wait. Wait, are we going straight into the tournament? We're not going to have any kind of like training thing or traveling the land first? I wish we could go there right now. I'll hold you to that. Oh, I guess we'll travel the South Continents first. I'll hold you to that. I've never broken my word. Once the throne is mine, that travel permit is yours. I don't like big closed doors. They're ominous and tell me that I can't go somewhere. Ooh, daytime music. So we're in swing instead of jazz. Okay. Well, jazz swing. This is the daytime theme for Tulialo? This is very interesting for a city theme. This feels like some special event is happening, not just a peaceful city. I guess it's hustle and bustle though. It's supposed to be a very crowded and bustling place, I guess. The swing and jazz just feels so out of place though. I can't fully explain why. We must have covered half the city by now. Tulialo is unlike any other place I've visited. I'm thoroughly enjoying myself. Should I redeem this? Probably not. Eye level 645. Yeah, that's a 15 level drop. No, thank you. I'll save it for when I look at the when I can look at the market board and see what the aesthetics are like. We'll head west next towards the Arch of the Dawn. The dirigible landing is on the way. You have dirigibles too? Tuliyollal certainly doesn't want for method to travel. We get by. Now if you've seen enough of this area, let me know and we'll continue on. The Arch of the Dawn is on the other side of the city, so speak up if you see something that interests you as we walk. Of course, more accompaniment. Why? I don't like that. Why not just let me Ethernet back over? Shoving a spot that forces me to run. At least give me mounts in the city. Yeah, this zone theme is throwing me off hard. It's a good track, but I don't know, it feels mismatched. I'm still struggling to conceive how one could construct an entire city on the side of a mountain. Also, that slope is way too sharp. Like, that... Sorry, that's me being nitpicky about geometry. This was originally the site of a Yokhoi temple. The giants built it when they were first making the bridge to Tural to appease the god who slumbers in the great ocean trench. After the Yokhoi, I hope they say that in a cutscene because Do you mind? I'm trying to talk. Rude-ass people with their loud engines and exhaust. Anyway, like I was saying, I hope they say Yokhoi in a cutscene so I can hear the proper pronunciation. After the Yokhoi withdrew, the temple stood empty for centuries. So when Papa was establishing his new nation, he saw a structure he could refurbish into a palace, sitting practically in the center of Tural. He gathered artisans to do the work, and the houses they built for themselves became the foundation of the city you see today. Speaking of houses, we'll be passing through the Resplendent Quarter, the biggest Really? You might not be able to hear some of those, but it's really throwing me off. I might have to close my window, which means I'm gonna get hot. Speaking of houses, we'll be passing through the Resplendent Quarter, the biggest residential district in Tuliyollal. We climb these sets of stairs here all the way up. Is that where we're gonna be having housing? Question mark? Oh look, we've got another parent and child pair. The next great advancement in idle NPCs, carrying each other. I always like when they make younger versions of the non-human races. One of my raid buddies. The sheer scale of this place is incredible. I wonder what that carving at the top represents. Snakes, I guess? Papa's palace is called Volak Shunsa. Shunsa or Shonsa? Probably Shunsa. Which roughly translates to invisible resilience. Invincible resilience. You probably want to take a closer look, but we'll be coming back here later. Let's move on for now. Fine. I can't get past this jazz. It's throwing me off so hard. Okay, this section of the song actually feels pretty appropriate. It's a little Muzaki, but I think the woodwinds hit very nicely for the environment. So this is the Resplendent Quarter. What manner of people live here? Oh, we have residents from all the Yogg-Turok lands. Mamulja, Jabral, Pelupelu, Moblin, Hanuhanu. We also have Tonawalta, Hetsaro, and Shetona, who moved south from their ancestral lands in Jagd-Tural. In essence, it's a gathering of people from every corner of Tural. What was that W tribe she mentioned? A true representation of Tuliala's diverse character. The adornments on each building contribute to the eclectic cultural aesthetic. It's all so beautiful. I'm glad you think so. Come, we continue down the stairs. I see something I can interact with. Look, or leap before you look. And then the high-paced drums pick up again. I think that actually might be the thing that ruins it. Not ruins it. Just makes it feel like it doesn't fit. The high-paced drums and the old brass. Wait, huge drum. Oh. I've never seen such an enormous drum. What would one even use to beat such an instrument? That big drum there is called the Dawn Herald. They play it for formal occasions, like when honoring the Landsguard's return from a dangerous duty. I tried hitting it with my axe once and ripped the skin. Earned me a proper scolding, let me tell you. I think that was the time Papa held me upside down by the ankle. Oh, okay. And here are our dirigibles. Not bad, huh? I hear other nations use airships to sail the skies, but you'll only find balloons in Tuliyollal. I won't lie, I've only ever thought dirigibles were like ocean or seafaring things. I didn't realize that was another term for a hot air balloon or a blimp. I learned something today. We have them for the exact same reason as the Aetherites. Kolana brought back the plans from Sharlayan, and Papa thought them fantastic and commissioned their construction. This was around 3 years ago. Yeah, I think I better close my window. Hold on. Okay. Hopefully with it cracked, I can still get at least some airflow while blocking out the motor sounds. Since that time, we've added flights to other settlements. Why did I say it like that? Settlements. Trade with frontier communities has never been easier. But that's enough about dirigibles. The Arch of the Dawn awaits. Assuming that's the same conversation about the drum. This music feels like more what I was expecting from Tuliolol. This is it, the Arch of the Dawn. When the Giants were still here, it was known as the Yogg-Tural Landgate. But when Papa founded Tuliolol, everyone began using its present name in honor of his great achievement. Through this gate is Kozama Uka, the wetlands south of the city. Depending on what the right of succession asks of us, we might end up going in that direction. Okay, that's what I was hoping. I was expecting that we would be actually traveling the land of Tural before, or as part of things. When she mentioned needing the Dawn Servant to grant a pass. Through this gate, oh yeah, I said that. Kozama Uka. The name alone is intriguing. Speaking of which, what were those fluffy animals we passed earlier? I thought we had alpaca in Eorzea. Ah, those are alpacas. Fearsome four-legged fiends. Fiends? Alpaca aren't fiends. Fearsome? They seem quite placid to me. Placid? Placid? I never said that word out loud. You'll learn soon enough, Kryle. You'll learn soon enough. Maybe she just has a personal fear of alpacas. But forget the alpacas. I have something far more important to show you. Come along. And we're back to the swing. That is not... Oh, I was hoping they would let me gap close to NPCs. Friendly NPCs, story NPCs. If you wish to learn the history of Tuliolol, then look no further. These stone pillars, you mean? Saga in stone. What is special about these pillars, if I may ask? At a glance, they might look like any ordinary stone decorations. But if you take a really good look, you'll see there's something much, much more interesting. The following event cannot be skipped. Oh, well, I wasn't queued for the duty finder anyway. I just started a thing. Also, I need to hide shout chat. Because that will get me spoilered. Pictures? Wait, no, those are glyphs. They seem to tell a series of stories, many of them featuring a two-headed mamulja. Oh, then this must be... That's right. It follows the exploits of my father, Gululjaja, and his journey to unite our lands. We call it the Tuliolal Saga. The deeds he performed and the bonds he forged are all immortalized in stone. I don't think there needs to be a comma there. Or there needs to be a comma earlier in the sentence. There's no better way to learn how Tuliolal came to be. Study them as long as you like. Really? Really? The person who invented the... Oh wait, we just click on them. Okay, I thought this was gonna be the like aim and click. Lay of Pots, Lay of Repast, Lay of the Brotherhood, Lay of Reeds, Wuklamat. The 4 stones closest to us cover the first half of Papa's travels. Let's start with those. Let's start with Lay of Brotherhood. This pillar tells the Lay of the Brotherhood. It depicts the scene where Papa granted an audience to the foreign leader Ket something. I can never remember the name. You mean Ketenram? Ah, that's the one. Ketenram's arrival in Tural is what prompted Papa to embark on his own journey. That... Ketenram would probably be a Rugadine name, right? It said the two grew to be close friends, brothers in spirit if not blood. But no one knows what became of the explorer in later years. Ketenram's disappearance is a mystery in Eorzea as well. The records say when he traveled between our lands and yours for a while, but then it's assumed he was lost at sea. Here we have the Lay of Reeds. This is the story of when Papa visited the Hanu in their village in Kozumaka, or Kozamauka. Ah, the people Alphino almost mistook for Vanu, if not for the colorful plumage. He spent a fair bit of time among the Vanu in the Sea of Clouds, so it's no surprise he took an interest in your countrymen. The Hanu are the Vanu. I don't know how it is with your Vanu, but our Hanu are a bright and cheerful sort. They hold this one festival every year. Very famous and lots of fun. Lay of Pots. Let's see. This one is the Lay of Pots, which depicts the moblins of Kozumauka. Kozamauka. Is the moblins. They might wear odd masks and sound weirdly muffled when they talk, but the gold and silver work they sell is the best you'll find anywhere. Moblin goods are the standard when it comes to gift giving. Clearly the Vanu aren't the only people with distant Turali counterparts. How similar are the moblins to the goblins? This one recounts the Lay of Repast. As you can probably tell, the figure depicted here is of the Jabral, like me. For decades, the Jabral and the Mamulja were at war for control of the forest of Yaktel. The actions Papa took to end that conflict have since been hailed as the first steps in the founding of Tuliolal. There is a clan of Hrothgar and Boja known as the Hellions. In their society, the women rule as queens and the men serve as devoted subjects. Yet here in Tural, Jabral men and women appear to be of equal status. How dramatically culture can vary with location. If you're done with the first half, we can move on to the second. Yes, I want to know more. Pray explain. Lay of gold, lay of ice, blank pillar. We're gonna use the... I think I'll save the blank one for last. I don't understand how it's blank. That looks like it has stuff on it to me. Lay of gold. The Lay of Gold. This pillar shows one of the Pelu Pelu, whose homeland is in Urkopacha. Having created our currency, the Pelu are rightfully known as the Merchant Clan. They oversee Tuliyolal's markets, and their traveling peddlers are a common sight no matter where you go in Tural. Don't let their size fool you. They might be mistaken as children, but beneath these beaked masks they are clever and calculating traders. Are they just Lalafell? If the Pelu Pelu are just Lalafell like the dwarves... Oh, this one is my favorite, the Lay of Ice. It depicts the battle with the legendary Tural Vidral Valigarmanda. I should explain. A Tural Vidral is a creature that has lived far beyond its usual lifespan and awakened to preternatural power. Tataru described the Far Eastern auspices in a similar fashion. Could this be the same phenomenon? Valigarmanda itself was dubbed the Sky Ruin, a name earned for the destruction and terror it visited upon the Tural every time it stirred from its slumber. But 80 years or so ago, its ruinous reign was brought to an end. After a great struggle, Papa and his comrades managed to overcome the raging Verdral and seal it away in the Urkopacha Mountains. Oh, these names are going to be hard to get used to. Despite its reputation, however, Valigarmanda is also a symbol of power. That's why you'll see its likeness on Tuliyolal's national emblem and adorning the banners at the palace. Lay of Proof. Ah, the Lay of Proof. That big fellow is of the Yokoi, the largest of Tural's peoples. These giants once used their great size and strength to establish a dominion encompassing all of Yoktural. Having brought the southern reaches to heel, they then turned northwards, setting their sights on Shaktural. You'll recall that massive bridge they built beyond the Skygate. Some time after launching their northern campaign, however, they just gave up. They abandoned the lands they'd conquered and withdrew into the mountains of Urkopacha. I've never seen any of their kind so much as set foot in the city. This was a people with the power and resourcefulness to raise a temple on a mountaintop and build a bridge across the sea with stone. What would move them to renounce their ambitions and their place in Turali history? What's on this pillar? Oh, this one is unmarked. Papa says he left a blank pillar for the next chapter of Tuliyolal's history, whatever that might be. Had your fill of history then? Yep, thank you. I love lore dumps. Oh boy, this song again. Wait, why are we hearing the Manderville theme? Glad to hear it. You know, I feel awfully hungry all of a sudden. No surprises there, seeing I couldn't keep anything down for a while. But now I think I'm ready to eat again. So let's go and have ourselves a bite of a local delicacy. Come, I'll take you to the best restaurant in the city. I like the sound of that. Oh. Okay. When the song changes, those drums just come at you in full force. Oh yeah, I need to. Let's see. Clear log. And we need to. We need to take yell and shout out of the main chat. There we go. I luckily have not really been looking, but as soon as I saw the color of shout chat, I realized my mistake. Have you ever had tacos? They're a Tuliyolal classic. You bake a crunchy shell made from corn flour and fill it with meat and salad. A lot of shops and stalls sell them, but I like how they're made here at Shibalya T. Oh no. Square Enix, can we have a pronunciation guide, please? Shibalya Tie or Taye? And I need one right in front of me right now. Let's head downstairs and place an order with old Brookville. Brook Evu. Oh, this is gonna be fun. You could take the stairs, I'm taking the roof. Brook Evu.
Brook Evo!
Brook Evu, okay.
My companions must sample your heavenly tacos. One for each of us, please.
Right away, promise. And I'll pack them tight with my choicest feelings. Only the best for you and your friends.
Did you hear the silver scares are back? Seems their overseas foray ended in disaster. More than half their warband is missing, including their leader.
What accent are they going for?
Aye. And now keen to rebuild their broken reputations, the survivors seek the Golden City. A fool's errand. How many hopefuls have disappeared in search of that fable? They should count their lucky stars they came home alive at all.
The legend of the Golden City is well known here, I take it.
Well, yeah, it would be local fable
It is,
status.
but as no one's ever seen it, many question if there is any truth to the tale. Like our skeptical Erinville.
I can't imagine the Dawn Servant would request a formal survey for a place that doesn't exist.
Now to find a spot with a pleasant view to enjoy our crunchy spoils.
I want some tacos tonight. I made tacos. Was it Friday? No, Thursday?
Oh.
Oh.
If it isn't the third promise.
Oh. No.
Is that her brother or something?
I don't know these ones. New salt.
Dredge from foreign waters is my guess, brother.
Of course, that's it. Wuklamat is so afraid of the coming contest that she went crying for special help.
Was there something you wanted, Bakul Jaja?
The third promise remembers us! Such an honor! Glory on your name, brother. And on yours, brother.
I know my rivals for the throne. Nothing more.
Another child of the Dawn Servant?
No, this brute.
We have no ties to their farce of a family. Unlike the sneevling house cat, we are blessed siblings, the elevated chosen. We alone are fit to succeed Gulul Jaja as Dawn Servant.
All peoples are equal in Tulihiola. Your heritage gives you no greater claim to the throne.
Ha! Shall we test that idea here and now? See if your strength is equal to ours.
I wonder what the lore behind the two heads is.
None of this has any bearing on the right of succession, correct? Best not waste your energies on pointless scuffles.
The kitten comes to the house cat's defense. Pathetic. Since when was our nation overrun by mewling weaklings?
Listen to me, you.
I like how Kryle put her hand out as if Wuklamat could see it from up there.
A two-headed Mamulja. I knew of them, but that's the first I've seen in the flesh.
Some get it into their twin heads that they're destined to follow in my father's footsteps. So they travel to distant lands to hone their battlecraft. Those are likely the ones you've heard about.
Oh yeah, there was one we
Are
had to
there
fight.
other two-headed claimants?
No, just Bakul Jaja. Even in Tural, his kind are far from common. The Mamulja people largely belong to one of three clans. The Hubigo, the Bunewa, and the Dopro.
So when do we get them as
Every
playable
once in a
characters?
great while, a two-headed offspring is born from a union between the brown-scaled Hubico and the blue-scaled Bunewa. The child grows to possess immense strength, both physical and magical.
Blessed siblings indeed.
I'm curious if... What was it, Gulul Jaja?
Forget them.
I need to
Let's go
remember
and
the
buy more
names.
tacos. I can think of nothing better to rid me of this bad taste in my mouth.
Why didn't we stay at the restaurant and eat them?
Enjoying your tour of the city, I trust. We've seen our share of notable sights and took a moment to rest.
I think this is the first time
As
they've
such,
ever
we're ready
like,
to present
put
ourselves at the
link shell
palace for the
audio
rite
in.
of succession. Shall we meet you there?
The palace it is. I'll let Wuklamat know. Destiny calls. Perhaps we can return for more tacos later?
So it goes.
Aww. I mean, he can't have, I guess if they're crispy, he can't have flattened the tacos too much. They're usually already pretty flat. I was looking forward to trying some authentic Tuliolo cuisine, but we should hurry and join Alfino and the others at the palace. It's alright. It's a bit of a climb to the top, but you can head up from the Resplendent Quarter, or even the eastern side of the Talon March, if you prefer. Now that you have an idea of how the city's laid out, I'll let you find your own way to Volok Shunsa. Maybe it's Voyok Shunsa. Double L. Ah, my poor empty belly. It's a good thing I already got the Ethernet. I don't know where these frame drops are coming from. They're very tiny, but they weren't here the other couple of nights I was trying to stream. The shadows are handled very differently than they used to be. The jazz still feels so out of... it's gonna take me a long time to stop talking about how mismatched the jazz feels. Because they're trying to evoke, like, Mayan and Incan kinds of societies, right? You made it. Good. Then we're all here. I'm still hungry enough to eat a whole roasted colibri, but this contest won't wait for us forever. I hope we don't have to fight with your empty stomach. Several cutscenes will play in sequence. Okay, if you insist. I've acquainted the twins with the city as best as I could in a short time. Their unbridled enthusiasm made it rather difficult. Invariably something would catch their eye, spurring them to run down an alley to investigate. It was like herding a pair of unruly curls. I understand all too well. Charlian had the same effect on me. Right then. Now it's time we saw the inside of the palace. Papa will want to know I'm home and meet the allies I've chosen. Given how impulsive he is, though, there's no telling what we might be in for. That's an interesting bit of cutscene. Wait, what's Astidian doing here?
Astidian? When did he get here?
What's the point? Why is he here?
Oh, you know this man? Whenever my father spots a promising opponent, he invites them to Sunperch to duel. Pressing duties or no, he can't resist a good fight.
I hope we're gonna like this character. He's by her words,
is crossing blades with.
he sounds like he'd be fun. I appreciate, you know, the cutscene technology just keeps getting better.
That will do, Spearman. I will receive my darling daughter. Know that you are the strongest I fought in many a moon, if not longer. It is the privilege of a life long lived to face such a formidable soul.
Oh, I wonder if we're gonna fight him, and that's what the cutscene in the trailer was all about.
If it's formidable you want, then look no further than that man there.
You flatter me, Estinian.
I see you, warrior.
We had no idea you meant to visit Tural.
I've seen what lies east. This time I chose west.
And thus did our itinerant dragoon make his travel plans.
You witnessed our bout. If you thought he was fearsome, that was with one head dozing.
I'm not sure I understand.
The
Why
old
are we
man has
playing
been
this song?
feeling his ears. The uncovered side is the head of resolve, and age has only deepened his love for combat. But the head of reason, wiser of the two, sleeps more and more these days. As I understand it, the veil helps with the restoration of his magical energies.
Enough about me, Lamati. I want to hear of your adventures.
Does Lamati mean daughter?
Lamachi.
A term of endearment. It's what my family calls me.
Oh, okay. So far he seems kind and nice.
Oh. When last did we see you in the palace? Greetings, Solonesh.
It's Erenville now, Dawnservant.
He's so
I
secretive.
took the name while abroad, and have since grown accustomed to it.
Erenville, then.
And then she what? That's gonna be
These
relevant.
others, I assume are Lamati's recruited allies. Ha! Old tempered steel. Yet as much as I'd enjoy testing their metal, the hour of the right is at hand. I will summon the other claimants at once.
Then I shall leave you to it. Good fortune, my friends.
Estinian, ever not involved. He's glaring.
The claimants are assembled. The first promise, Zorolja. The second promise, Ona.
Ona.
The third promise, Uklamat. And lastly, the chosen of Mamuk, Bakul Jaja.
Bakul Jaja.
You four will compete in the rite of succession, the outcome of which will decide who takes my place as Dawn Servant. I am not the man I once was. My wiser half sleeps the days away. And it is time I yield my position. But mine is a torch that has never been passed. Tuliyollal is young. And so I look to thee always for inspiration. The rite of succession. The means by which the autarch of Mamuk was chosen. Only the two-headed were deemed fit for this contest. But the Tuliyollal I built is a nation of many peoples. Our leader needn't have two heads, nor be a Mamulcha at all. So I gave the right of claimant, not only to the son I sired, but to my adopted children as well. Yet the opportunity to rule was still not equal. That is why a recent tournament offered a place in the contest as the winning prize.
Now you have us to compete against. Though it seems the one-head was already too afraid to face us in the tournament.
Our brother was in Shok Tural leading the Landsguard on a campaign to eradicate a Tural Vidral.
Is everybody a Viper?
Anyone with sense will know he was too busy for games.
He's sassy.
Now for the part you've been waiting to hear. The nature of the contest itself. To triumph in the right of succession, and thereby claim our nation's throne, you must travel the lands of Yogg-Tural and find the City of Gold.
If I may, Father.
Speak, Kona.
The Golden City is an ancient Turali legend, but after so many failed attempts to find it, the story has become more fairy tale than fact. If you would charge us with such a quest, are we then to assume you have proof of the city's existence?
I offer as proof my unbroken word, for I have seen it with my own 4 eyes.
The city's real. All those years.
This was before the founding of Tuliyollal. I traveled the lands of Tural with my companions. And we ended our journey at the gates to the Golden City. I mean to have you do the same. But in order to achieve victory proper, you need to break the seal I put in place.
Oh.
Bring them.
I really like that tank body piece. Mostly the way how it wraps around armor, like it's got cloth wrapping around armor. I hope that's something we can get from a dungeon or tomestones or something. They're the plates from the things. From the pillars.
The Tuliyola saga.
You will retrace the path I walked to unite our peoples, step by step. Along the way, 7 chosen electors will be waiting to measure your worth. Earn their keystones by performing the feats they ask of you. Once you've fitted each of the 7 tablets with the keystone, you'll have the key to unlock the seal on the Golden City's gates.
So the contest is in stages, none of which can be skipped by rushing to the ultimate objective.
Exactly. Exciting, isn't it?
I like this guy.
Martial tournaments, hunting festivals, and now this? You do so love your contests, Papa.
Were I a few years younger, I would have joined in myself, giving you a proper challenge. You may think the ride is tedious or nonsensical, or both, but I am yielding our nation's throne. Let me have this final indulgence.
A waste of time. Just name Bakunja just successor and be done with it.
The rite of cessation begins now. I'll be watching your progress with great interest.
There is some deeper
And
connection
Clement,
between those 4.
Remember to collect your tablets before you leave.
I also appreciate that they've added a 3rd variety of Mamuja.
You are one of Lamachi's allies. Speak freely.
I am Cryle Baldessian, representative of the students of Baldessian. My name is perhaps familiar to you?
Ah.
It would seem you sent this letter to my orders some years ago. The ink has since faded and much of the writing is illegible. Even so, we managed to determine the essence of it. A request to investigate the Golden City, addressed to my grandfather, Galuf. Included with the correspondence was this earring. A fairy tale and a piece of jewelry were enough to convince my grandfather to sail halfway across the world. So there is surely some greater mystery at work here. On behalf of the students, I've come to seek clarification on the matter. Have you any knowledge you might share with me?
No, not at this time. I have tasked the claimants with finding the Golden City. To fulfill your request would afford one of them an unfair advantage in the right of succession. But once the contest is decided, I plan to entrust the entire truth to my successor. If you want to hear it, then you had best help Lamachi win.
Very well, Dawn Servant. On my honor as a student of Baldessian, I will find your Golden City. Thank you for hearing my petition.
Could have at least confirmed that he sent the letter. Whether or not he sent the letter.
about that? She's grown into a remarkable young woman. You should be proud, Golov.
Too late to change your mind now, I suppose. But are you sure you wish to be part of this?
Yes.
Our third promise is not wont to take no for an answer. Though you may have agreed to help, I worry that you were swept up in her relentless enthusiasm. Or perhaps you've been lured by the glory of the Golden City. Either way, this contest for the throne will place you and yours at the heart of political turmoil. If you are second-guessing your decision, tell me now. This may be my last chance to help you withdraw.
No, I want to go. It's new adventure time.
Life is a series of journeys, my friend. And there's no telling what awaits us on the long road.
You don't...
But what's important is to be true to yourself as you walk it.
You don't need to, like, guilt trip me with Grahatia.
We hope to be content when we arrive at the end of one and step forward into another.
They need another line that says, "My simp said I need to do it. I'm gonna do it." I've made my decision, and I intend to see it through.
Is that so? I will speak no more of it then. As for my own involvement, I can no longer conduct myself as a mere guide, I think. Not after the Dawn Servant's revelation.
I wonder if he's gonna ditch the Gleaner uniform or something.
Here they come! It's Saralja! Such a fearsome mien. Make no mistake, there goes Duliola's mightiest warrior.
First promise, our village needs aid. The cold weather stunts our crops, and the children of our village go hungry. Once you ascend the throne, I beg of you, grant my people new lands, please!
Serelja. Take heart, tiller of the soil.
The Resilion son, blood heir to the Dawn Servant, has heard your pleas.
Are we gonna find out that this dude is like socially anxious
Soralja,
as hell?
the first promise and commander of the landscape. Serelja, the palaceer. As he was so careful to remind the crowd, Soralja is indeed the natural child of Gurul Jaja.
And Resilient Son, is that another title, like the first promise?
After a fashion, common knowledge has it that two-headed Mamulja cannot sire children.
Oh,
Yet
really?
Soralja was born all the same, with the head of Resolve's features and the head of Reason's scales. An extraordinary example of life's unyielding
Interesting.
resilience.
And a warrior's reticence. He says little, but the way he moves... I know a hardened soldier when I see one.
He's a natural swordsman, a gift he inherited from his father. Some even say that the son has already surpassed the sire. Should he come to power, the first promise means to employ that martial prowess in the conquest of foreign lands. For this, he and his supporters have been labeled expansionists.
So we have expansionists.
This puts him in direct opposition to Wuklamat, who advocates for the preservation of peace.
Oh really? I thought we'd be more in opposition to
spoke of a
Kuama.
claimant who cannot be allowed to rule. That is Soralja, the warmonger.
I see. So he's our baddie. Maybe. Well, he might not be a baddie.
Primal?
Just because we disagree.
The echo. It gave me a glimpse into Zoraja's ambitions.
Oh really?
Deep and unknowable, like an abyss. Yet at the same time, a roaring, unquenchable fire. It was a trifle terrifying, to be frank.
Kryle's echo is so weird. Letting her see people's personalities.
Second promise. You must bring us more marvelous conveniences. More dirigibles
Oh, they're
and
taller than
trains and the
Lothar.
like. We need you in charge to make trading easier. The elders, they complain and complain about abandoning tradition. But we're not like them, afraid of everything foreign and new. You have our wholehearted support. With your ingenuity and knowledge, you're sure to win the contest.
Forgive me, but the right of succession is barely begun. I will hear your petitions if and when I am named Dawn Servant. If you will excuse me.
He seems very practical. Maybe he's more of our villain.
Plain spoken, as always. That's Arcona. Practical to a fault.
Here we have Kona, the second promise. He spent time as a pupil at Charlian's own studio.
Now that you mention it, I think I did see him in the halls once or twice. There was nothing to suggest he was Turali, much less from a royal family.
That was by design. He forwent his usual garb and took an Eorzean name to avoid attention.
So it was Kona who introduced the dirigibles. And the railway too, given what we just heard.
Railway?
In furtherance of his goal, to enrich Tuliolal with every bright notion he learned of in Charlian. He is the hope of those who prize innovation. As aloof as he may seem, Kona and Wuklamat actually get along rather well. They bicker and banter as only close siblings do.
I was ready for the Mikote to be the villain. To be the evil one. Who the expansionists, the innovationists.
How gracious of you all to cheer the lesser claimants. Oh, come now. What are you afraid of? I'm no different from your Dawn servant. That my kind should reign is Mamulja tradition, and has been so since before there was a Tuliyola. I'll brush aside your feeble contenders, and then you'll see who deserves your deity. Well said, brother.
The Mamulja have finally found peace in Tuliolal. I pity those fanatics are intent on keeping that tradition alive.
I really want the Mamulja to be playable.
Bakuljacha. winner of the recent martial tournament, and the only claimant not of the Dawn's promise. His strength is undeniable, but you see how he is. A few devoted Mamulja are his only supporters.
So we have
What would he do with the
expansionists,
throne should he win it?
innovationists, traditionalists.
His policies and so forth. I doubt he's thought much beyond winning the contest itself. But one thing seems certain. If he does become Dawn Servant, he will see the Mamulja exalted as the ruling class, and all others forced into subservience.
Sounds like another that cannot be allowed to rule.
I have a feeling he's not actually going to be a huge threat.
We wish for one thing and one thing only, Third Promise. To abide together in harmony with our neighbors whom we love in this land we share. It is our way, the Turoli way.
Hell yeah.
Galul Jaja built for us this peaceful nation, and we beg you to preserve it.
You have my word. I won't let your pleas go unanswered.
Until Tuliolal was founded some 80 years ago, this continent was ravaged by war. The eldest among us remember that dark era, and they are Wuklamat's most ardent supporters.
Apologies, it's hard to get away. This is Namika, my childhood nursemaid. She's been like a mother to me my whole life. I told her it wasn't necessary, but she insisted on seeing us off.
I place our precious Third Promise into your care.
Did you know Wuklamat was taking part in the rite of succession?
Of the Dawn's Promise? I thought it was only Zoralja and Kona. If she has any accomplishments to her name, I've yet to hear them.
Compared to the two Mamulja, she pales in martial prowess. And then there's Kona, who's far and away the most educated of the bunch. I hate to say it, but it's hardly a competition.
It's fine. More than anyone, I understand how much better my brothers are than me.
Better? Wuklamat, I have never thought of you as the lesser sibling.
Well, you're biased.
Your brothers may excel in their respective ways, but you boast qualities that both lack. A strength that is yours alone. Having cared for you for so long, I should know.
Thank you, Namika.
So when do we get to the dungeon?
Well, we ought to be on our way.
Yes, hurry along. I await word of your victory with bated breath.
We've been doing cutscenes for 2 hours. And then we'll get back right back to that drum jump scare. Well, so much for the brief reunion I had in mind. Papa is not one to waste time when he decides to act. I'm used to it by now, of course, but others are often caught off guard. In any case, we should talk about how we're going to find the City of Gold. All we have to work with are the 7 tablets and their connection to the Tuliyollal saga. Might I suggest first comparing the tablets against the pillars? We could check for any discrepancies between them. Good idea, let's go and take a look. I am not running all the way there. The forward cabins, I see. I have a feeling that the what is it, Galul Jaja? I don't think he's actually going to be the big baddie. I'm more suspicious of Kona. That makes everyone. Uplamat. The tablets, if you would. Of course. I'm trying not to do voice acting. Everyone has a tablet? Then let's compare them to their respective pillars. Keep an eye out for even the smallest differences. The 8th tablet will be us. These little squares at the bottom. The crests. Unless I'm missing something, the glyphs appear to be identical. The only difference being that the tablets have hollows where the keystones are to be fitted. So now that we've established that the scenes are the same, where do we go from here? The Dawn Servant said that we were to retrace the path he walked in uniting Tural's peoples, and that we would encounter 7 electors along the way. Then we have the answer in front of us. Papa's path is all laid out in the Tuliyollal saga. The events the glyphs portray. Do we know the exact locations where they took place? If one is close, we could go there and search for an elector. That would confirm we're on the right track. Let me think. The Lay of Reeds was in the nearby Hanu settlement. Papa took me there once. It was during festival season and the whole village was alive with good cheer. There's also the Lay of Gold. That one involved the Pelu Pelu village, which is about the same distance from here. Before going anywhere, we should ask around about the road ahead. I heard a lot of talk as we toured the city about that storm we passed through at sea. Apparently it ravaged Tural several days ago. Since our roads are not as well paved as Eorzea's, they're more susceptible to damage from natural disasters. If we want to avoid wasting time taking a dead-end trail, I suggest we spend a few moments making inquiries. If it's information we need, just leave it to me. I'll bring the information to us. It would be prudent to ensure we're prepared for the journey. I'll guide you to the accommodations I've arranged. Oh, is this where the inn room is? It honestly still feels weird to me, from what I was talking about earlier about still not being used to even having access to Sharlayan, let alone Razat Han, and let alone Tuliyollal, which remained unnamed until the expansion announcement. That's right. The reservation is under Wuklamat's name. If you don't mind, I'll leave my companions to you. Certainly, sir. I'll go and track down the third promise. Once you've finished organizing your gear, you can meet us outside Shibayev Tia. I need somebody to pronounce that in a cutscene. Greetings, visitors to Tuliyollal, and welcome to the Forward Cabins. Forward Cabins. Get that B out there. Whenever you are ready, I will show you to your rooms. Oh, that's cute. Little raised cabins over the water. I like that. I want a house like that. That'd be awful to maintain, though. Sure, take me to the inn room. I want to see the inside. Wow, we even get to just see straight outside? That's really cool. And we just barely can't peek around to see the front desk. Huh. Cute. Oh, I love this little couch here. This is gorgeous. And the front door is here. Okay. Yeah, this is really cute. Each new inn feels like they put more and more thought into it. I say that, but I forget that the Sharlayan one is literally a storage room. I like it. Where's the... there it is. Also, hold on. There are some neat effects going on this crystal. Part of it is a little pixelated, but it's still a neat effect. I see what they're trying to do, and I don't know if it's my system's fault or their engine's fault. I believe all that pixelation is trying to show like the cracks and grooves in it's I think it's surface roughness is what I think it is, and it's like trying to move with the shader to make it seem more holographic and stuff. And I don't know if it's my own systems that are making it, my own system capabilities that's making it look pixelated and wonky, or if it's just the resolution of what they used. From farther away though, you can't even tell. That's me being a nerd and just having taken a Blender class and learning about textures and all that shit. Did the two of us just do that in sync? That's that hard music shift. Trust you to be the keenest to head out, Vinta. But where are Erinville and Wooklamat, I wonder? Oh good, you're all here. Who might your companions be? Seeing as we needed information, I thought who better to get it from than the locals. These two hail from the villages we're thinking to visit. I give you credit for taking initiative at least. What do you mean at least? I am honored that the Third Promise would seek my advice. I too am happy to answer your questions. Any encounter might be an opportunity to do business. Thank you both for your help. Before we begin, there will doubtless be other occasions when we need to act independently, so I brought these for the two of you. Doesn't Erinville have an aversion to link pearls? What's this? 'Tis called a link pearl, a gemstone harvested from a special shell. When linked together, they allow people to communicate across great distances. Is that so? What a handy thing to have. It'll be very useful in our travels. Oh crap, I skipped that thing. I skipped that little bit of dialogue. I'm assuming she was saying something about getting started. The Tuli Yolal saga features a number of Tural's clans. Two of those, the Hanu Hanu and Pelu Pelu, have settlements relatively close to the city, so I have brought a representative of each. As I mentioned before, the Hanu are a cheerful people who love their festivals. They make their appearance in the Lay of Reeds, and their home village, Okanu, is located in Kozamauka. The other smaller fellow is one of the Pelu, a clan of business-minded folk from Ukopacha. They appear in the Lay of Gold and craft all kinds of marvelous goods in Wachun Pelo, their village. Wakun Pelo? Wachun Pelo? These are. I need these names pronounced in a cutscene, please. Now, as for deciding which village to visit first, why don't you put that adventurous instinct of yours to work for us, Vinta? Pick our destination. So this is how we're splitting. We're going to visit Pelu Pelu or Hanu Hanu. I honestly don't know which way to go this time. Like, in Heavensward I knew where I wanted to go, the Sea of Clouds. In Shadowbringers I don't think we had a meaningful choice split. No, we didn't have a split, which is why we had Raban Extreme. Shadowbringers I immediately wanted to go find Alize, which was the right choice. And Endwalker, I've only done the Endwalker story once. I don't remember what the choices were. Oh, the choices were Thavner versus Labyrinthos. And I immediately wanted to go to Thavner, the home of alchemy. I kind of want to go to the Hanu Hanu village. Our options are Urkopacha or Kozamauka. So, when I said visiting Alize was the right choice for Shadowbringers, It's because it gave such a more intense intro to what to expect from Shadowbringers, and Alphinaud's story was intriguing but less exciting. With Labyrinthos versus Thavnair, it was a matter of exciting place that you've always been told about and never been allowed to go to, versus we're already in this fancy new city that we thought we were never going to go to. Would you like to go deeper and see this facility that they manage? And Thavnair was an easy choice for there. For this one, I don't know what I want to choose. I don't know if I want to go... Warler's Echo. Actually, probably we won't even... I see a split, a very significant split here. And I assume that this chunk, basically where I've got the map aligned, is where we are allowed to go for Kozama-uka. I honestly do not know. I guess I would rather go see the Hanu Hanu instead of the Pelu Pelu. Because the Pelu Pelu are FF10 reference. But the Hanu are Anthros, so I'm going to take my furry bias on this one. To Kozama-uka. So what it is you'd like to know? The route to Okanu. You go south through the Arch of Dawn, then follow the road which runs alongside the Kozama-uka River. Is that right? It is. Sorry. Slight hiccup. I gotta recalibrate my hands, or turn them off. It is. Be warned, however, my brethren tell me that the recent storm has rendered the path even muddier than usual. The footing is quite poor in some parts. Far worse was the destruction visited upon our homes, though. Houses were torn apart, and several people injured if not killed. Even our beloved festival is in danger of being called off this year. Oh, I want to save the festival. If you do still plan on going, I must urge you to proceed with caution. We'll be sure to watch our footing, thank you. Now I'm worried for the Hanu. It sounds like they were hit hard by that storm. Anyway, if we're bound for Kozama-uka, we should head over for the Arch. We'll be back to talk to you in good time, Master Merchant. Meanwhile, you can eat and drink your fill at Shibai of Tia. It's all been arranged. I need to hear that name. Tie? Tie? Tia? Also, what is this I see? I see unlock quests. Oh, hunts. Yes, yes, give me hunts. I'm not gonna read these ones out, I don't think. Because this is just feature unlock. Speak with Bol Oga. Okay. Oh, it's right over here. Also, hello, market board. Wait, the hunt board and the market board are right next to each other this time? Nice. You can't talk about my posture like that, we just met. Wait, the hunt came from Kona? Unless it was just the Tural Vidral that are special. Cactars! Wait, what does that say? Not a cactar? Okay, if you say so. That looks like a cactar to me. You can't fool me. And what do you sell? Blade's Exaltation. Is that something I've already heard? Blue coat. Oh, that's where you get the cat. Wild Ride Barding. Aw, no mount. Well, I guess I'll buy this. Love me some more Keshian rolls. Wait a second. Okay. I was worried. Ooh! How far are materia gonna grow? If I go back to having materia shards as I don't know if you have subscription badges or membership badges in YouTube, but if I get back to having crystal shards, I'm gonna have to update the design for new tiers. Also, what are the values now? Plus 54? Wait. Do I have a piece of gear with materia on it? No, I didn't bother melding in Endwalker because I wasn't doing any raids. Do I have a... I don't have any tier 10 materia. This value seems low is the reason why I'm questioning. 54 on a tier 12? Didn't we get higher than that on previous tiers? Maybe not, maybe I'm tripping. Hold on, the market board is right here, I can check. Heaven's Eye... Materia. 10 is plus 36, okay. Plus 54 to a stack, god damn. Requires item level 690, nice. I thought I hid shouts. Apparently I didn't save that. Luckily nothing was said that's spoilers for me. Culinary import. 94, why we hunt. 90, Lee's. I might as well pick this up while I'm here. Get the feature unlocked. The Wing of Reflection. The wing leaf system. Head of Reason adopted the system from the guild leaves employed in Eorzea. If this is a leave counter, why don't you have any leaves on? Or maybe it's not the same plates. Wing leaves. Sights of the... Oh, that must be the scenery thing. The lookout. Sightseeing logs. Yeah, that's the word. This music is so weird. I'm gonna keep talking about it. Also, I'm now realizing that I was supposed to go inside this house. Or am I not? Nope, it's definitely inside. Or not? I'm confused. Oh, up there. I guess I'll go up to the palace and jump off. If you ever want to get down, from a high point safely and quickly, use a free movement dash to instantly hit the ground without, I think it will do it without any damage. I don't know who Millith Ironheart is. Is Millith Ironheart the person who gave the very first sightseeing log or something? Elsby and Emmeline Ironheart. I have not paid attention to any of the sightseeing log NPCs. Is Millith Ironheart the person who gave us our very first one, or just the one in Ishgard? But anyway, like I was saying, you want to just, if you want to get down from a high place without waiting to fall all the way, you can go off and do, okay, you do still take damage, but you do skip all of the falling time. I find it funny that in that cutscene, the game was running smoothly, but my VTuber was stuttering, and now in this section of of Tuliyollal, the game is stuttering, but my VTuber is just fine. What is this? Are these just side quests? Get a taco. If these are just regular side quests, I'm not gonna take them. What? Excuse me? I might have to take this quest to understand why this thing... Excuse me? Okay, I wasn't gonna take this, but now I'm just... I can't... I gotta know. I gotta know why there's a sentient corn. The rustling of this corn sounds not unlike a dejected sigh, and you could swear it is looking out to the ocean. Oh, woe is me. Why does it talk? Are you all right? The corn just popped out of the shuck. Can you stop doing that? You can see me? Oh, blessed be. For countless ages I have watched over these lands. When man first tilled her soil, I was there. When they partook of her bounty, I was there. A silent guardian of the harvest, my presence unmistakable. Yet the passage of time would bring change to the people. They began to forget the old ways, forget me. I traveled the lands hither and yon, yet no matter where I went, I remained unseen and unheard. I feared before long I might shuck this nigh immortal cob. Yet here at last, I have found a kindly soul able and willing to lend me an ear. But will he lend me a hand as well, I wonder? I wish to help the people of Tural, fill their hearts and bellies both, lest their hunger invite terrible misfortune. All that are born into this world are deserving of happiness, would you not agree? So let them eat, I say, eat corn and be merry. Alas, I cannot reach them in my diminished state, but you can. And so I shall bequeath unto you the most delectable corn dishes, which are then to be distributed among the masses. What say you? We are just ready to agree to help some corn. Some sentient corn. We've seen a lot of things in this world, in our journeys, in our path to save the metaverse from forces unthinkable. I've never thought I'd see a sentient corn. Such selfishness, such compassion. How long has it been since last I met a soul so grossly incandescent? Are you Solaire? I am but a humble stock basking in the warmth of your generous heart. Well, my friend, let us be off. If you say the words jolly cooperation... The curious corn spirit has elected to be referred to as the corn servant. Speak with them again when you are ready to spread corn and happiness to the masses. Okay. Goodness, how long has it been since last man has partaken of my corn? I can hardly wait. The hungry bellies of Tural cry out for satiation. Let us sally forth. Ah. Gotcha. I'm still confused. I'm partially terrified and slightly hungry. What am I to do now? I'm like to starve at this rate. His belly, it speaks to me. I bid you offer him this grilled corn seared to perfection with the hope that it yet burns in my corny bosom. Can you don't say that. Please. Please do not say. Okay, I need to calibrate my hands. I keep misspelling Tuliolal as having one L and two A's. Also, hand tracking, calibrate. Make sure you're at a comfortable distance from the camera and facing it directly. Raise one of your hands next to your ear with the palm facing the camera. That got further away from my face though. Other hand. I might have to rearrange some things. This should be... Oh, you know what it is? Hold on. Let's do this real quick. Hand tracking, invert hands. Okay, so that's the wrong hand, but it moves the correct way. Although it's not... This is closer to the camera, but it... I wonder if I can orient how the camera reacts. It's stuff I'm going to play with eventually. I'll have to watch some like tutorials and guides and suggestions. Anyway. With the hope that yet burns in my corny bosom. Please don't say corny bosom. Is that grilled corn for me? That's awful kind of you. I'm new to Tuliolal, and it's been pretty hard. Harder since I lost my job. I've been so hungry lately I can barely think straight. But the smell of this corn with its smoky sweet aroma has brightened my day. I can hardly wait to eat it. Feels like maybe luck is starting to turn around. Thank you, sir. I won't forget this. This thing scares me. Why did I stand behind her? Perhaps I'll simply skip dinner today. A belly and heart both in dire need of nourishment. Here, take of my cob. Don't say that. Stop. Don't say that. That's Let its earthy scent and savory flavors offer her comfort. I just reached through her. Grilled corn? My husband loved grilled corn. Life simply isn't the same without him. One moment I think I'm fine, then suddenly I find myself brought to tears. Even eating has been a struggle. But I know he wouldn't want me to mourn him. Thank you for this. I'll try to do better. For his sake and mine. No, you mourn to your heart's content. What are you talking about? No. Mourning is helpful. Mourning is healing. Gemstone trader. Ah, understood. How about Battlecraft Supplier? You got some gear I can preview? Lobo skin. This is all 90 stuff. Chuchi! So we've got Lobo Skin, Coat of Fending and Maiming. We've got Snow Cotton, Jacket of Striking, Scouting, and Aiming. Let's take a look at each set one at a time. What are we working with? Oh, it's this set again. I wonder if they've taken these models and swapped them out among the classes at all. Or if they're the exact same models as the other versions. Probably the exact same models. Oh, except these have 2 die channels. That's gonna be the thing that makes them better or worse. I know this is just like regular crafting gear, but I haven't looked through it yet because I don't want to. When I looked for through the weapons for Viper, I got spoiled on a term that I'm surprised to see, and I don't want to know more. Oh wait, these are different. Hold on. This was a mage set for the original, I think. Because I used this model. I used this model for my dancer back in Shadowbringers. For the boots. I should break out that glamour again, since we're back on war times. Well, not quite. We're not on war quite yet. I assume it's leading to that direction. I'll have to do a little bit more research, but I think they've swapped some parts around at least. How about the crafting and gathering gear? I haven't looked at that yet. Oh, I like those pants. Too bad I'll never see them. Yep, these definitely look like crafter sets. Well, that's a familiar sight. Ooh. That's a new jacket, I'm pretty sure. Oh, that's neat looking. That almost... This reminds me of one of the cash shop outfits a little bit. It's definitely not the same. I think the outfit I'm thinking of has a scarf, but the texture and silhouette kind of reminds me of it. I don't remember what it's called, but it's got I think a German name to it. And these should be weapons we've already had before. Oh, yep, I recognize that one. Ooh. That looks new. I don't recognize that scythe model, and I have a lot of scythes. I might have to pick one of these up for glamour at some point, because that is gorgeous. Aw, the part I want to dye isn't dyeable, but that's still pretty good. I could work with that. The saxophone throws me off so hard. I'm pretty sure I've looked at the twin fangs already. Oh, I recognize those models. Yeah, that's not my style of sword. Especially not for twin blades. I'm desperately looking for a new bow to wear on my bard. I'm very picky about bard glamours. That's a nice gun. Pretty sure we have that model. That's not a new one. My saw blades, but with 2 dye channels. Ooh, I'm gonna have to pick this up at some point. Because the saw blades are one of my favorite weapons that Dancer has access to. Because I hate most of the chakrams. The Terpsichore triple dagger and the saw blades are my favorite Dancer weapons to use. That is a staff. That is an oversized book. I don't remember where this rapier comes from, but it does. I'm pretty sure it's not new. I kind of like the blade. I'm not a fan of the focus, though. Brush, I'm pretty sure I've looked at. I think I was going to actually use this brush because I like the floppy brush. The angle brush look. That is a staff. That is also an oversized book. Every star globe is inferior to the Lux, I'm sorry. Those are kind of neat. They remind me of the Green Ranger's, the dagger that controlled the Dragon Zord. The dagger that is also a flute. That plays trumpet noises. The dagger flute that sounds like a trumpet and summons a dragon. I might have a use for these. We'll see when I level Sage if I want to use those. Okay, that's enough staring at low-level gear. Quote-unquote low-level gear. I see a sightseeing log. Of course that's number 1. I'm so hungry, but I have no money. May the gods forgive me for what I'm about to do. Did you hear that, friend? His belly weeps from hunger. Pray offer him this corn. Let its smoky sweetness give him comfort and deliver him from foul temptation. Is this grilled corn for me? Truly? My stomach has been in knots for days. Thank you. It shames me to admit, but I tried my hand at gambling and lost everything. I was so desperate for food, I was tempted to do terrible, terrible things. This corn has filled my aching stomach and helped to clear my head. Oh, what a fool I've been. It's time I start over and get my life together. The rumbling of bellies in need has ceased. Come, let us find a quiet place to speak. Full glad am I to have helped the people of Tuliolal. Indeed, my kernels swelled with joy at the sight of their happy and content faces. And you, friend, your kindness cannot go unrewarded. Meet me at the gate over yonder, and I will see you duly compensated for your trouble. I wasn't gonna do this quest, but who could ignore a sentient piece of corn? I have to show my friend this name. Okay, I've been entertained. There you are. I hope our little excursion was as fulfilling for you as it was for me. It is a terrible thing to be hungry. Unattended bellies are quick to fill themselves with pain and anguish, feelings that will lead the heart astray. Thanks to you, my corn has sated the hunger that would otherwise invite misery to this place. From the bottom of my cob, I thank you. Pray, take of my corn. May these kernels keep your belly full and spirits lifted. No. No. Don't. I don't want it. Now I really must be going. While the people of Tuliolal may be content, there are other hungry souls out there in need of nourishment. Until we meet again. Oh no, we're gonna see them in other cities? Are you kidding me? Are we all ready to leave? Yep, I just got done helping some sentient corn. Then onward to Kozamauka. Open the way. By open the way, you just mean stand aside, which we could have just walked around in. Here we go, finally, our first...
Kozamauka, the land of rainbow terraces.
The land of rainbows?
Commands the gaze of all who visit without fail. The many-colored marvel.
Many-colored marvel, as we see nothing but gray.
An endless torrent of water cascades over sheer cliffs to shape the wetlands below. To its relentless flow, all life must yield. Together with Wuklamat, we proceeded along the marshy trail, a road upon which the Dawn Servant and his comrades once traveled.
Kozamauka. Of course we had to come here when it's all dark and nighttime, and we can't actually see the rainbow spectacle.
Look at those falls. Even from this distance, you can feel the weight of that water.
The Isle of Ham was impressive, but as you can see, Tuliolal does not want for natural wonders.
The ground is swampy, so watch your step. You wouldn't want to fall into a bog.
I won't. I told you I've been here before. Come on. Okanu isn't much farther.
These games always make such a huge deal about walking outside of the town, as if people never touch grass or something. Oh goody, we gotta find ether currents and unlock the map. There's no stopping the third promise, is there? A good thing she is there and Vel to keep her from getting lost. For all his grumbling, he's certainly there for her. Everyone should be lucky to have such a loyal childhood friend. Right, let's get moving. If we continue along this road, we should find ourselves in the village before long. Oh, it's literally right there. See, it's such a short stroll. People always talk as if these places are such impossible distances away. Also, I see a target. Oh, that's just the straight battle music? Hell yeah. Oh, only one. Boo. Whoops. Oh yeah, mounts are slow before you have ether currents. Maybe I should wait a while until it becomes daytime. That's a long wait though. Of course, my first foray into this area had to be at night with heavy clouds. Ah, everyone has arrived, and none worse for the wear. None the worse for wear. Except for a certain third promise who slipped in the mud despite my explicit warnings. Hey, I asked you not to say anything. Anyway, this is Hanu Hanu Village. This is the Hanu Hanu Village I was telling you about. Okhanu. This song haunts my nightmares. It's like our friend said, the people are in no mood for festivities. I can only assume they're still recovering from the damage wrought by the storm. Indeed. Well, let's do what we came to do and find this elector. Do the Hanu also dance a lot? Oho Kail. Kaili. Oho Kali. Oho what? How are they this close to Tuliolal and she doesn't know this custom? It's a Hanu greeting. Surely you heard it the last time you were here. Well, I was busy enjoying the festival. Greetings to the third promise and her entourage. I, Zanuhali, welcome you to Okhanu. As elder of my people, I shall also be fulfilling the duties of elector during the rite of succession. So our idea about the electors was correct. We just do as Papa said and retrace his path from the saga. I am ready. Give me the feat and test my worth. All in good time, all in good time. In fact, I came to let you know that we are not quite ready to begin. For the moment, please do enjoy the hospitality of our village. Should we poke around a bit then? We might pick up some clues about the feat. You know, prepare ourselves. That's surprisingly prudent of you. What, you think I'm being too cautious? No, I'm impressed is all. You admire and respect your father, who is prone to decisive action, so I expected you to rush in first and ask questions later. Or never. I do look up to Papa, but you should know that he has a pragmatic side too. The head of reason is the thinker who takes time to consider all the possibilities. With the long naps he takes these days, though, the head of resolve is less restrained by his wisdom. I can't fault you for thinking that's all there is to him, but there is more to the Dawn Servant you've seen thus far. I should like to speak with the head of reason one day. Ah, well, I'm sure you'll catch him awake soon enough. To return to the subject at hand, you wish to take a look around Okhanu then? Do some groundwork before the feat begins? Something like that. I mean, I could probably pass this test with my eyes closed, but it'll keep us busy while we're waiting. Uklamat has the right of it. As Elder Zanuhali is a resident of this village, learning more about it can only improve. I'm confused. Why did you say this? Why do we have to point out that the elder of the village is a resident of the village? Learning more about it could only improve our chances of defeat. Might I suggest a diversion of forces? For instance, Aaronville, Alizé, and Kryl could concentrate on the southern half of the settlement. Meanwhile, Wuklamat, Vinta, and myself will handle the northern half. Sounds good to me. I see a gemstone trader. I should have a bunch from all the fates I've been doing. Oh, I did spend a bunch. Welcome, welcome. I'm glad. Why am I reading this? I'm gonna have to do fates in here to get this leveled up and get access to all the rewards. Have I mentioned that I hate the bicolor gemstones? And this is all the same stuff. Got anything interesting to look around at? I see a fate. That's interesting. I want to run over and go do it. What the? Oh. I was absolutely not paying attention. There it is. I just kind of walked right off of this ledge. My brain was staring over at this. Ooh, it's almost daytime. I don't know why I thought it would take 12 in-game hours. Daytime is 6 a.m. The gaping hole in the wall and missing portion of the roof are clearly the work of the storm's powerful winds. Repairs appear to be ongoing. Rise faster, son. You heard about the storm? I've never seen the likes of it before. With the supplies and the help of the Dawn Syrup sent... Dawn Syrup? What? With the supplies and the help the Dawn Servant sent, we were making progress repairing and rebuilding our homes. But while roofs and walls can be patched, there's so much else that was lost for good. Oh... eggs. Did the music just change? No. For some reason I thought that was the line where things changed, where the music changed. A lot of houses are still damaged, and the Hanu I've spoken to are not their usual cheery selves. That storm broke more than woods and reeds. There must be something I can do to help them. I'm going to look around a bit more. Am I slower than Sprint? The dry and shrunken bundles suggest the reeds were harvested some time ago. "5 minutes till daytime. I'm hoping to see some nice rainbows. Aaronville talked about this being a very colorful area. There's 6 a.m. The light is coming out. It's still a cloudy day, so maybe I don't get to see anything. See, normally I love living in clouds, but I'm trying to... I was promised color, and I don't see color. There's a little bit of color. Maybe when we get clear sky weather at some point. Woven from weeds. Roven from weeds. Nope. Woven from reeds. Why is that a hard thing to say? Woven from reeds. Roven from weeds. Blah, 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 blah. This boat-like vessel is reminiscent of a bird. The beak and feathered tail in particular stand out. Oh. The boat must be woven from the same reeds I've seen gathered into bundles here and there. The plants hold both practical and cultural significance to the Hanu, then. Hello, can you hear me? I'm told they are ready to receive us now. Come to the large building in the south of the village. On my way. I don't think we've ever heard or seen cross-communication in the Link Shell before. That actually, wait, no, that's not true. The flashback to the Battle of Cartano had units reporting into the Grand Company leaders. Oh, hi, Kona.
No sign of Zorolja, or that oversized lout.
How much easier it would be if Sorolja were to fail here. But that isn't likely to happen.
Honored guests, I am Zanuhali, Elder of the Hanu. I am also an elector, charged with judging which among you is worthy of ascending the throne. Without further ado, let us talk of the feat.
Not so fast. Surely you couldn't begin without us.
You made it after all.
No need to fuss. There is no time limit for this challenge. Now, if you would allow me to proceed. It is here, in Okanu, where my people forged a bond with the Dawn Servant during our own chapter of the Tuli Yolal saga. In homage to those events, I have prepared for you the Feat of Reeds.
Reeds seem to be of great importance to the Hanu. I wonder what this feat entails.
Listen and you'll find out.
We use reeds in every part of our lives, be it as food or weaving material. But look around the nearby paddies, and you will see that this season, our crops are failing. How fortunate, then, that my appointment to Elector coincided with this predicament. For surely, those who aspire to be Dawn Servant would find the matter of an ailing harvest a mere trifle to resolve.
Aye, well, it is indeed the duty of a ruler to address the people's woes.
Exactly, exactly. Do well in this, and you will earn my keystone.
Why bother mucking about in the mud when we can take the stone by force?
Oh, mercy me! You are a hot-headed fellow, Bakul Jaja. Some electors may enjoy going toe-to-toe with scrappers like you, but I refuse to entertain your base instincts.
You tell him.
Arrangements have been made. Should you attempt to engage a feat giver in combat without their consent, word of your immediate disqualification will be sent to the palace. If you're still feeling feisty, then by all means, draw your weapon.
This contest is presided over by cowards. There's no sport in fighting you.
Then we can return to the business of earning my keystone.
Somebody's going to
The feat of
frame
reeds is begun.
aren't
Claimants,
they?
I wish you the best of luck.
And I bet it's gonna be Kona. That's my guess here.
The clever kitty crossed the seas to study foreign novelties. He might know tricks we don't. Tricks we can use.
What of Little Miss Mittens?
You know the answer to that. Compared to the first and second promise, she's a distant third. Not even in the running.
I wonder if the same voice
Then we
does the
see
Mystic
eye
and the
to
Mighty.
eye on this, brother. Being Bakul Jaja so long with me has rubbed off on you.
What?
These allies of hers, though, they might be a problem.
Anime characters are so weird, just talking out loud in front of somebody as if they're not there.
Damn it! I'm just as qualified to be here as they are. I'll show them.
Easy now. There's no time limit, remember? Let's keep calm and think things through.
Right.
I'm really curious.
You're right. I won't win against that lumbering Vidrol by losing my head.
I'm really curious why they harp on her so much. Like, surely they hate Kona too. But they don't seem... They seem to respect something about him that Wuklamat lacks. Boots. I don't know if the first thing about farming But there's a way to save the harvest and help the Hanu. But if there's a way to save the harvest and help the Hanu, then we're going to find it. I'll make Bakul Jaja eat his words. Understanding the nature of the problem will be the key to solving it. We need to examine the reeds themselves, then deduce the cause of their poor condition. Aaronville, will you take us to the fields? Will you take us to the fields where the reeds are grown? Of course, follow me. Oh, we have fair skies now. Fields of gold. I'm still not seeing lots of color, but maybe if I go further in. Or maybe in these other areas. What is this music? Somebody brought out the mouth harp. Ooh. Somebody got some inspiration from Crystal Chronicles. This music would fit extremely well in a Crystal Chronicles game. You can all stand back. I'll get to the bottom of this problem in no time. Oh, will you? Give me strength. Let's all of us scour the fields and help our bold leader identifying anything unusual. As Zanu Hali described, the reeds appear to be wilted and unhealthy. Something has tainted the water. The water contains no obvious contaminants and looks fresh and clear at a cursory glance. Okay, yeah, but how's its ether? The soil in the paddies is as one would expect, rich in color and suitably moist, not dry or nor flaky. I want to go out and explore. I want to do a dungeon. It's been almost 4 hours and I haven't touched a dungeon or fought anything except one. I don't even remember what that thing was I fought. It was a big ugly thing. A small frog catches your eye. Strangely lackadaisical, it doesn't even bother to hop when it eventually scurries away. Are we gonna... Is there gonna be a coup reference since we're in a bunch of marshes? I know there's some slight FF9... Or I guess not slight, but some notable FF9 references here and there. Like the minions we got. And the Arc mount from the Collector's Edition. The Zidane and Garnet minions. So it wouldn't surprise me if we had a Kuz March appear. Seen enough? I'll call everyone together and we can share our discoveries. Oh, I thought you were going to do this all on your own. Well, what do we think? Any obvious problems? I agree, the waters look to be of good quality, as does the mud in which the reeds have been planted. The frogs and insects are unusually torpid. This suggests the problem is affecting not only the reeds, but also the creatures which live among them. Could something invisible to the naked eye be polluting the water? We would need an alchemist to know for certain. Hi, that's me. I volunteer. I know alchemy. I don't have much to add about the fields, but something else occurs to me. When you were describing how the creatures seemed lifeless, I couldn't help but be reminded of all the listless villagers. They've suffered a terrible tragedy, I know, but there is another reason for their flagging spirits, I believe. Go on. The festival. This is traditionally an occasion for celebration and renewal, so without it the Hanu are struggling even more to recover. The last time I visited, the village was in the middle of festivities. You'll never see the Hanu more joyful and alive. It's an indispensable part of their culture, and its absence will only compound their woes. So I say we help them put on their festival. Give them a reason to cheer in these sad times. Who knows? Maybe fixing one problem could lead us to a solution for the other. Stranger things have happened. Right? I fail to see the relation between festivals and fields. Let's not be too hasty in dismissing the idea. Things which seem unrelated can later prove to be connected in surprising ways. True, and being bereft of ideas as we are, any proposal is worth entertaining. I suppose. Besides, this is Wuklamat's journey. It's only right that we follow her lead. Thanks, everyone. By the way, does anyone know where the festival float is? It's like a boat woven from reeds that looks like a bird. Oh, I saw that. In that big building to the north? Let's go and see it. There's much less debate when I'm traveling alone. Well, it's time to get used to it, Aaronville. I'm really curious if Aaronville's gonna get a costume change or not. Because running around as a gleaner seems a little out of place. I was thrown off by the jaw harp at first, but this flute is great. Oh no, that was a bad idea. See, this is the kind of music I expected when I stepped into Tuliolal, not jazz. Yes, this is the float I remember. It does not appear... Does it not appear somewhat damaged to you? We should take a closer look. Inspect the festival float. Yeah. The first-person scouting quests, of course. Whoever invented this quest is so proud of themselves. They toss it in any chance Yoshi P will let them. Oh dear, one of the bird's eyes seems to be missing a gemstone. Oh, that's definitely broken. How will they lift this great big vessel without all the carrying poles intact? These tail feathers have seen better days. I swear the colors were a lot brighter the last time I saw them. Well, I think we can all agree this bird boat is in dire need of repairs. Now, how do we go about fixing it? What is going on here? We were admiring your festival float. 'Tis a shame it's in such a poor state, due to the recent storm, I gather? Yes, we've had to leave it exposed while we ushered our people to safety. With the float in this condition, there can be no lifting of wings, no ihihana. Ihihana, that's what the festival was called. I want to help you hold it. Have you not seen our village? Homes are ruined. We're struggling to make repairs, and you want us to hold a harvest festival? I know how it sounds, but giving into misery never improved anyone's situation. A celebration of life and growth may help give you the strength to work through this tragedy. Also, yeah, we can't let people be miserable. We learned that from the final days. How did the final days affect Tural? We don't have any information about how the final days affected Tural or Mericidia or another continent that exists in the north that I'm forgetting if we know the name of. The role of the festival leader is mine this year, and there's nothing I would like more than to lift everyone's spirits. But we don't even have enough materials to repair the float. We need a book. We need a bokshi. Give me a second here. We need a bokisha. I'm guessing a bokisha. We need a bokisha for the missing eye, uyuipo wood for the poles, and feathers from the winds chosen to adorn the tail. 2 of these I know. A bokisha is a type of precious stone used in arcane equipment, and uyuipo wood is essential for crafting ceremonial instruments. These chosen feathers, however... The winds chosen is the victor of a competition in which the contestants see who can blow a feather furthest using wind magics, and that's something of a problem right now. We Hanu are gifted at employing such airy sorceries, but expend a great deal of mana when doing so. We are soon exhausted by the effort, and having no reeds to eat will only make it harder. I think I understand. Your vibrant reeds grow quickly and vigorously, so much that they stifle the development of nearby plants. They must be a potent source of the energies you naturally lack. They are indeed. Owing to the polar harvest this year, we've been left enervated. If we cannot gather the correct materials as dictated by the custom, we cannot repair the festival float. Oddly enough, we may have just stumbled upon our solution. The winds chosen would, by necessity, have a natural gift for manipulating magical energies, which means any feathers taken from the victor should be high in ethereal conductivity. The float's construction also requires a stone used in arcane equipment, as well as timber favored for ceremonial tools. The demand for such specific materials must have an underlying reason. A secret weapon for smiting the Hanu's foes. The float might also function as an arcane device. Precisely what I was thinking. This boat of reeds is in fact an arcane focus of some kind. A focus? For what? Oh! Ihihana is a harvest festival, isn't it? Harvest festival. That must mean the float was made to encourage healthy crops. So if we repair the boat and hold the festival, its arcane powers might fix what's wrong with the reeds. We won't know until we try, but tis a sound theory. Celebration, prayer, ritual ceremonies, these have all known to elicit miraculous effects. Wait. The float, a tool for magic? This is the first I'm hearing of it. In the beginning, it may well not have been. After a good harvest year, there would be no reason to change it. But when the harvest was poor, new adornments were likely added. Those who performed the labor may have imbued their work with the ardent hopes for a brighter future. Through years of trial and error, the Hanu would have refined their festival float into a focus for harvest prayers. Incredible! I know you're practically fainting from hunger, but reviving Ihihana really does sound like a solution to all your woes. And I promise, we'll do everything in our power to help you. Sorry, I got distracted by a couple messages. I'm still not convinced about this focus business, but I accept your aid nonetheless. I will introduce you to the shipwright who's been maintaining the float. These last few years. He's replaced both the eyes and the poles before, so he should know where and how to procure what we need. Then allow Alize and I to acquire the feathers. We will encourage the people of Okhanu to gather and vie for the title of Winds Chosen by sharing with them our own reserves of mana. I'm surprised we didn't have any kind of suggestion to go visit the Oak Vundu. I'll go with you. I carry some alchemical brews that may afford the same effect. The three of us will visit the shipwright then. Not without me. I've worked hard to fix this float as best as I can, and the responsibility is mine after all. I've not introduced myself, have I? My name is Linuhanu. Nice to meet you, Linuhanu, and certainly, let's all go together. Thanks to Wuklamat, we found ourselves a promising way forward. Experience and knowledge are valuable assets, but there is something to be said for following one's instincts. The shipwright's name is Wukivu. He's a Jabral who only moved to Kozamauka a few years ago, but has since mastered our customs to an almost frightening degree. He's especially strict when it comes to manners, so make sure to offer him a proper Hanu-Hanu greeting. We wouldn't want to offend him right before asking a favor. A proper Hanu-Hanu greeting? Oh, that one! Don't worry, I remember how it goes. Then we shouldn't have any problems. Let's head to... Oh god. Let's head to Okbek Bay, to the east of here. To the est of here. Okbek Bay. Oh baby. What is this quest marker over here? Please tell me it's not the corn. Where is it? Wait, is there an upper level? There is an upper level. Molting season. Okay, that's probably not the corn. Okay. Does it have any interesting reward? Nope. A strong foundation. That's probably also not the... I'm just fully expecting to see the corn again. You give me a ring, but your eye level 645. I don't need a 645 ring. There might be one job that's below 640 for one of their rings, but at this point, I'd rather just spend the poetics. Or craft something. Why is there an apostrophe at the end with nothing connected? What? Uyuyub. Or is it supposed to signify a breath at the end? Uyuyuba? Miyaka Bekzu. Kozanuaki. Who are you? This is Okbebe. This is Okbekbe, the village of awe. Those who drift into Kozamauka from Tuli-Yorlal and elsewhere are welcome to live here alongside the Hanu. As for Wukavu, he lives and works in the House of Waters High, at the top of the large tree nearby. Follow me, but I should warn you, the climb up the stairs can be challenging. Oh, that spiral staircase? Oh, you know what I haven't been doing the whole time I've been here? Where's my compass? Where is my compass? Wait. Shouldn't my compass be somewhere? Is it in general commands? Is that... I can't store the ether compass in my retainer, can I? Hold on, I gotta interrupt the journey and find out. Because if I can't search for ether currents, that's a problem. Those drums just hit you. I'm pretty sure you can't? Yeah, there's no key item storage. So where did my ether compass go? Google help. In the collection menu. Oh. Okay, back to the action. I have to find all those ether currents. That's probably something I'll do off stream. Because I'm gonna keep playing this, I'm gonna keep going through the story even when the stream's off, but I will be, like, frequently going live in the process. Like after school and after I get homework done. And I'll stop the stream while I'm still doing the story. Because y'all can see the story for yourselves or from other streams. It's not important that you follow this journey all the way through. Northeast. Maybe don't wander next to the Mazamata. Mata. So slow. Wait, is it at the top of the thing? North. Oh, it's not at the top of the thing. Oh, it's right there. It was standing so close to one. Southeast. Well, let's deal with this first. What is that? That the moon? They made the moon bigger? I don't remember the moon being that size. Maybe I'm just crazy. I could have swore it was smaller in the sky.
What do you want with me?
Right. The greeting. Oho Kali!
What?
Oh, Kali!
The glasses sparkle.
Good. You brought your manners with you.
When you know Kanu, do as the Hanu do. For a country as diverse as ours, the preservation of harmony demands that we respect the cultures of all peoples who call it home.
Well, that explains your familiarity with Hanu customs. And you speak truth, of course. To live together means to learn about each other.
Ah, I appreciate an open mind. In fact, I get the sense we've met before.
You're Wuk-Lamat!
Oh, what an unexpected honor for old Wuk-Evu. Here I am prattling on about manners, and I've gone and insulted the third promise herself. There is no excuse for this betrayal of etiquette.
Are we gonna address the fact that they're both called Wuk?
Please, take up your axe and claim my impudent head!
I will not. Keep your head.
We rarely get interrupted.
I hate formalities anyway, so forget about it, alright?
Alright then, consider it forgotten.
Well, that was fast.
How prompt.
We're actually here about the Ihihana float. It's in bad shape, and we need you to craft new carrying poles and a new eye. I'm told you work with Uyuipo wood and a certain kind of stone? Abokisha?
That I do. But while I would like nothing more than to offer my services, I just used the last I had of both those materials. My lumber in particular went to fixing homes damaged by the recent storm. I'll need 10 days or so to restock.
We can't wait that long. If you tell me where to go, I'll gather them myself.
What? Send the third promise out on an errand like some common lackey? That's utterly unconscionable. A gross violation of social protocol.
I told you not to worry about such things.
All right then. I shan't worry a whit.
Alright, I love this guy.
What's with your Hanu friend there?
I am festival leader this season, and have come along to oversee the float's repair. As strange as it may sound, Wuk-Lamat and her friends believe the float is an arcane focus, meant to encourage the growth of our struggling reeds.
Too many Hanu have forgotten, it seems. But that is indeed the true purpose of the lifting of wings. Your education is impressive, Third Promise.
How would they forget?
Well, maybe a little.
Allow me to show you where to procure Uyuipo. We can leave the Abokisha to your friends, I presume? Take yourself to Cave Kikitola, or thereabouts, and you should find the stones you need.
Time to break out the mining gloves?
I've been there once or twice. I can guide you.
That should save us some time.
All right then, let's get moving.
Oh, who's spying on us? What was his name? There was, I think one of them was Saralja and oh, no, it's for you.
Chosen one of your rivals is making progress.
Ihihana, you say?
Should our first choice fail to deliver, it might be wise to let this play out.
The third-rate promise is making herself useful after all.
Hmm. I still really want Mamulja to be playable. Cave Kikitola is southwest of Okhanu. We can return to the village first, then head there on foot. Okay, but really fast. Southeast. Ooh, can we cross this river? Is this the border that stops us from going further? I have to swim there, of course. This is not a deep waters. Only 91, so it's not a huge threat area. I'm gonna go do that fate. I am that guy who plays RPGs, ignoring the directions of the story, seeking treasure and glory. I don't know why I said glory. Kozanuaki. Ocelots. Oh, I'm alone. I expected people to be descending on this thing. Sorry if I'm too quiet. Just a little concentrating. Oh my god, jobs that aren't Pictomancer or Viper. God, the sounds for Viper are so satisfying. I don't know if it's just these blades or what, but there's this very satisfying clunk sound that happens often, and I don't know if it's just Viper sounds in general or if it's these specific blades. Something that sounds like very nice clacking of metal, like interlocking parts swinging around and spinning. 170 to the west. Yeah. Am I just desensitized? Why am I not fascinated to be in the new world? Like, on one level, I am fascinated and excited to see new areas. A little bit more than I was for, like, definitely Labyrinthos. Just feels like I should be more excited. Now which way? To the east. Why am I doing this? I said I would do this off stream. Also, holy crap, it's 4.5 hours. I might have to stop soon just so I can at least get dinner, but I want to at least get to the first dungeon. Need some food and water. I would like to open my window again. So yeah, that's my goal right now. First dungeon, and then probably stop the stream, but keep going. There's probably an ether current somewhere nearby to the west. I might be hunting for these later on my own, but that doesn't mean I can't grab a few while they're nearby. Wait, what was this area name? Southwest. Bopowihi. Bopowihi. These names, while I'm not gonna sit here and claim they're ridiculous. Oh, that must be up there then. It's either inside this cave or up there. I'm not gonna say these names are ridiculous, however, they are giving me pause for figuring out how they're pronounced first. To the north. That means I passed one right when we got in here, isn't it? Doesn't it? Oh, well, come on. They should make the mounts able to wade the surface just to prevent annoying moments like this right here. There's no reason why I had to dismount for that. I would have been so mad if that tiny dip dismounted me. What are you? Oh, you're a crocodile. Do you have these split open heads like the ones in Garabania? Oh, there you are. I wonder if these... I wonder if the Hanu Hanu had any stories that are similar to Bismarck. That also leads me to wonder who worships Valley Garmanda. Or I guess it doesn't need to be worshipped if it's a Tural Vidral. Yeah, they should just let mounts wade in the water. Because that was such a tiny gap that I had to dismount to clear. Cave Kikitola as promised. Home to many deadly creatures. Venture inside if you feel confident, but I will conduct my own search out here. You can spot Ra Bokisha by its green-hued glimmer. Bring anything matching that description to me. I shall help scour the inside of the cave then. You take the west half and I'll take the east. I want to go up there. This is a very pretty cave though. Oh, the shadows do not like overlaying with water. Do you see that? They're all funky. Hi. You find a chunk of stone glowing a distinct shade of green. This seems like the exact kind of mineral Linu Hanu was looking for. This is how I know I should stop soon and get food. It would help me read and talk more. I picked over the ground near the entrance, but found nothing. Did you have better luck inside the cave? Yes, this is a Bokisha. Along with Krau's contribution, we have more than enough for our needs. The stones you've brought shine very brightly. I thank you both. He would have been happy to know we were putting things right. Truth be told, a good friend of mine was meant to be the festival leader for this year's Ikihana. But when that big storm hit, he did not survive. It fell to me to carry on in his stead. That was why you agreed to Wuklamat's request, despite your initial reluctance. Yes, it hurts to hear, but she was right. Though I must mourn, I cannot let my grief consume me. Her words made me realize that the path to my recovery, our recovery, is already laid out before me, and I will walk it, for myself and my friend. Thank you for sharing your story with us. Please rest assured that we've taken your plight to heart. I'm certain our companions are procuring the other materials as we speak. Everything will come together, and the Hanu shall host a splendid, uplifting festival. That we shall. With that, let us return to deliver the Abokisha into Wuk-Evu's waiting hands. Yes, let's. Don't mind if I pick up an ether current or two on the way. Southwest? Okay, that's definitely in territory I can't go to. mean, unless... No, it looks like higher elevation. Southeast, that also looks like it might be higher elevation. The south? I mean, maybe it's accessible and not all the way up there. Actually, no. No, it's not. It is all the way up there. What is this spot anyway? Breath between Kuushage? Kuushaye? I don't know how G's are handled like that. See a sightseeing log. Is there deep water anywhere in these zones? There has to be, right? Why does it act like there's a path here? Oh, I get it. It's the ridge. Okay. Come on, reveal the map. Come on. Oh, cheeky. I'm gonna have to dismount anyway to cross the water. And I'm not convinced it's faster than sprinting. Come on, that's shallow, right? Good. Miyakabekzu. I'm gonna have to say these area names over and over and over again to myself until I finally get them to stick. What's the area we're in right now? Kozamauka. 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 I have a feeling that once I get through the story of this expansion, I'm not going to remember any of these zone names. I barely remember things like Yangsha. I forget the Azure Steppe constantly, and that's probably not even the correct word. Azim Steppe. See? Thanks to the third promise and her mighty swings, we've collected some suitable logs of Uyuipo. What of the Aboxia? Abokisha. That yawn is evidence. Yes, these are excellent samples. A goodly quantity, too. At this stage, you've likely surmised that the lifting of the wings encourages the crops to grow. But not exactly how, huh? Well, you're in for a treat. If all goes to plan, the results should be spectacular. Now, to get to work crafting these pieces for the float. I could use an assistant versed in the arcane arts to enhance the Uyupo's conductivity. Then I'd be delighted to help. Everyone else should head back to Okhanu. We'll join you at the float once the work here is complete. Boop, boop, boop. I swear, it just feels slower than sprint. Gathering the Uyuipo was a trial in and of itself. At first, Wukevu criticized everything I did. Then he suddenly yelled, "I've spoken ill of the third promise and must punish myself," and proceeded to slam his head into an Uyuipo tree. I told him not to worry about it, again, and it was like snuffing out a candle. He's an odd one, that's for sure. I like that character, I hope we get to see him again. Wukevu. And are we not gonna address them sharing the name Wook? Is this a clan name? So is Wook Lamat's actual name Lamat? Actually, wait, that's what did her papa call her? That might have something to do with it. At least we've seen to the poles with a new eye. Now we just have to wait for the feathers from the twins. We should get some rest before the excitement begins. Over there by the float. Isn't that the third promise? Then the rumors are true. She's trying to complete the feat of reeds by reviving Ihana. The festival is a prayer for healthy crops, but does she honestly believe that it will be enough to save our harvest? The second promise, meanwhile, barely glanced at the fields before leaving Okhanu altogether. Maybe we asked too much of our young claimants. Oh, I wouldn't be too quick to count Kona out. A friend of mine overheard him muttering by the reeds. Something about what needs to be done. Is that so? Perhaps we'll get to see another of his innovations firsthand. That sounds like our Kona. I guess I need to stop saying Kona. Kona. That sounds like our Kona. One look at the reeds was all he needed to think up a solution. Be that as it may, our own solution is nearly ready. Indeed. As soon as the others get back, our long-awaited festival can begin. It took some doing, but we managed to gather the It took some doing, but we managed to gather competitors to vie for the title of Winds Chosen. The winner was only too happy to donate his feathers. You should have seen it. He called forth an incredible gust that sent his feathers sailing for Malms. We had to turn ourselves, but it's more difficult than it looks. Poor Aaronville's twirled in the air for half a moment before landing on his foot. I am a gleaner. Magic is not part of our training. As for us, we've brought the wood and gemstone replacements crafted by Wukevu. All that's left is to attach them. Oh, I'm glad he came along. Has it been decided who will ride the float? Papa was the guest of honor the last time I was here. I remember being surprised they could even lift the thing with his hulking weight on top of it. The rider must be a personage of great esteem, which is why an invitation is usually extended to the Dawn Servant. This time, however, I have another in mind. Oh, who is it? Our beloved Ihihana, the lifting of the wings, is only being held because of you and your companions. Thus do I nominate you, Thus do I honor you, or thus do I nominate you, Wuklamat, as our guest of honor. Goddamn. It's been a while since I've been sight reading. Huh? Me? This boat won't make me seasick, will it? I don't think so. Then weigh anchor. I can hardly refuse a quest from one even more enthusiastic about the festival than me. I would be delighted to ride your float. Thank you, Wuklamat. I have roles for the rest of you as well. We'll be carrying the festival float in a slow procession towards Kozana... give me a moment. We'll be carrying the festival float in a slow procession towards Kozanuaki, with the sacred likenesses of where the sacred likenesses of Kishahi is ensconced. Hey, you're gonna throw a very obscure English word in there for me too? I guess ensconced might be French. What I'd like you to do is clear the path of dangerous wildlife so that the procession can move along unimpeded. Consider it done. You expect me to sit still until Wukavu is finished with the float? Let me come along and help with the clearing. As you know, I'm not much for fighting. Oh, is this the actual dungeon? Finally. As you know, I'm not much for fighting. I'll stay behind and assist Wukavu with repairs. This is either an instance or a dungeon. If you aren't sure where you need to go, the path I spoke of begins at the south of the village and branches off to the east. That will lead you across the bridges to the stride of the sun. Then we shall see to clearing it to the end, or clearing it end to end. Okay, maybe it's not maybe it's neither. Maybe it's one of those quests where it spawns the dark circle patches that spawn monsters. I was hoping for a dungeon, but I guess not. Unless this is a very strange outdoor dungeon. As Linuhanu said, Kozanuaki should be down this way. Then off to the east when the path branches. Then something about bridges and the stride of the sun? Anyway, let's split up and get to work. Once you've culled all the threats you can find, we'll meet up in front of Kishiahi. So many X's. All my exes live in Tural. Calibri traumatized me from FF11. When you play a dancer at FF11, everything you do revolves around having TP, and Calibri like to eat all of your TP. And there was a time where I was solo healing as a dancer, because that was a thing you can do sometimes in specific situations in 11. And we were, the monster we were grinding for experience were Colibri, who would occasionally turn, stare at me, and eat all my TP, and I couldn't heal anybody. Oh, you can't stun that. Wait, is that all the killing we get to do? Or all the monster fighting? Oh, hi, Cryo. Yes, you're a very tough Pictomancer, aren't you? Where's the dungeon? When did we have the first dungeons in the other expansions? The Tower of Zot was at Thavnair. Holminster Switch was in Lakeland. Siren Song Sea was basically how we opened Kugane. Dusk Vigil was optional, so that's nothing to go on. Maybe this will be also an optional dungeon. Stormblood had an optional dungeon as Shisui of the Violet Tides. I don't remember Shadowbringers or Endwalker having an optional story dungeon. Or an optional level dungeon. Zot and Babel were required, Benaspati was required, Hyperborea was required, yeah, yep, that's all required. Mr. Switch, Stone Meg, Kitano Ravel, Malik as well. Yeah, those all had Sin Eaters. So we probably won't have an optional dungeon. Oh, well, thanks. Everything... these quest mobs are dying way too fast for me to enjoy. We're not... I'm 91, but what are the quest levels? 90, that would explain it. That would also explain why I haven't seen the dungeon yet. The quests don't think I'm 91. I guess I could swap classes and give the experience to 91 to another job, but no. You're not helping, bud. You're just stealing my fun. That's not helpful. Ah, so you were a step ahead of us. This must be the likeness of Kishiahi, the Hanu deity of the harvest. Even their sacred images woven with reeds. Reminds me of something I saw in Academia Aneder. I was half expecting a fly. That's what I would go for. What did we see? Oh, Quetzalcoatl? Oh. I want to say I was half expecting a flying whale. But I do want to refer to Quetzalcoatl. It reminds me of something I saw in Academia and Eater. One of the Ancients' creations. 'Tis possible a vestigial memory of that time endured. A subconscious recollection from the inheriting soul providing the basis for an entirely new religion. I have no idea what that means. As far as I know, Kishiahi was worshipped on another continent. This ancient faith was then brought to Tural by the first Hanuhanu. So then is it supposed to be similar to Bismarck, or supposed to be Bismarck? The Hanu migrated here from another continent. They mayhap the two do share a common ancestor. This is all very fascinating, but shouldn't we be getting back to Linuhanu? We'll want to know that the path is safe for the procession. Right, and I need to ride on that float. I'll run ahead and tell him we're done here. Meanwhile, in Okanu, that's what I expected.
Not sure we heard you right, old man. Why don't you say that again?
As many times as you'd like. The third promise tasked me with repairing this float, and I'll not relinquish it to an uncultured brute like you. Much less one that can't even manage a simple greeting.
We wanted to handle this in a civilized way, but we're more than willing to kill you.
We have a two-headed problem. Yes, please hurry. She's on her way back already?
Stand back, Wukevu! I will protect the float!
You will die.
Are you trying to be brave, little bird?
I could never have repaired the float alone. Not properly. But thanks to Wuklamat and her friends, we can hold Ihihana again! This is a priceless treasure! And as festival leader, I would die to protect it!
Oh, he's going to.
Very well, if that's what you want.
Cha-cha!
Get him.
I put everything into that blow.
Good. The better for you to understand the gulf between us. But you need more lessons. We'll carve them into your mangy hide until you cry and beg forgiveness.
Your brilliant plan was to steal the float and take the credit. The so-called blessed siblings are nothing but cheats.
Hell yeah, you tell him.
Your scorn is sweet music. Come, weaklings. We'll crush you each in turn. Or all together, if you like.
Calm yourself, Chosen One. If you fight in earnest, this will end in a massacre. What's more, we have word that our other prospect is on the verge of success.
Oh? What is Kona doing?
Then it would be foolish to expand the effort, sweating nuts. Lucky for you.
I'm actually very happy we get to explore the two-headed Mamulja. I don't think we really got to know much about them in 11.
Ugh, 2 heads. I see Mamuk still clings to that loathsome hope.
Talk to us, Third Promise. You're not dying, are you?
What?
It'll take more than that to kill me. So, are we having this festival or not?
Yes! Yes, we are!
And here I thought they were already smiling. Thank you for coming to our rescue. I tried to protect the float, but against that two-head, I might as well have not have been there. Might as well have not have been there at all. I'm tripping over myself again. Nonsense. You stood your ground and bought us the time we needed to make it back. You were incredibly brave. Night World What do you mean Night World Silver Piece? Exchangeable for 500 gil. What? Sure. With that exciting interlude over, you'll be pleased to know that my repairs are finished as well. Before we can commence the festival, however, it would be a courtesy to inform the villagers that Ihihana will be held after all. Go forth, but do not forget your greetings. At this stage, I should hope the reminder is unnecessary. Ohokari! See, I remember. We gotta run around and use Say Chat. This is the kind of quest that gets our peers happy, I bet. Ohokari. We're gonna get that as an emote, right? Thank you for letting me know. I would very much like to attend the festival, but the repairs should be finished as soon as possible. What to do, what to do. Ohokari! The festival is about to begin. What do you expect me to say? Besides, of course I'll be there. Cleaning up the storm's aftermath may have been hard on us all, but the lifting of wings is tradition, and a joyous one at that. I won't sit here brooding my days away. Give me a moment to get ready. Ohokari! What's that? The float is fixed. Our fallen friends would be glad to know that Ikihana would soon be underway. They would have wanted us to honor them with celebration, not let their loss deter us from it. I must go and enjoy the festival for those who no longer can. So while I'm over here real quick, I don't ever plan on actually using an alpaca keep, but it's there. Carbuncle Hideaway? That sounds like a guild I need to join. Where couples relax for a nap? I'm a carbuncle. The Hanu were pleased to hear the festival is going ahead, I imagine? That is well. Once your friends return, the lifting of the wings can begin at last.
So few have come.
Patience. Once Ikihana gets underway, no Hanu will be able to resist joining in.
Just so. Ukewu knows well the heart of the Hanu. Have faith, Third Promise, and climb aboard the float. It is time for the lifting of wings.
Right. Off we go.
Ikihana is a prayer for bountiful harvest. But this is not its only meaning. It is also an exchange of pledges between rider and bearers, a commitment to a long and fruitful friendship.
Listen well, friends! The personage we bear today is Wuklamat, the savior of our beloved festival! Let your shoulders burn, or your feathers fall out, but do not even think of dropping her!
When they said friendship, I half expected them to make us carry her.
I could get used to this.
We've got quite a fancy procession going on there. What are their feet doing?
Will empty bellies stop you from joining in the fun? Come and help us carry the float!
Well, well, well. To see the day that Dawn's promise would ride our boat again. We've not had the honor since you were here, Gulul Jaja.
Right, we've enough bearers now. Onwards to Kozanuaki!
Just the way they're walking while they carry that is cracking me up. The ones in the back make sense. They're doing the sunlift dance, or sunfall dance, I forget which one. Who's here to sabotage us?
Watch well. for you are about to bear witness to the true glory of Ihihana.
I bet Kona is gonna show us up here.
The float draws upon our life force, concentrating and amplifying the energy. Keshaihi then receives that energy and expels it in a great burst, where it showers down upon the land to replenish its vital currents.
How did all of these Hanu forget? If this is ingrained in their culture and they are supposed to do this frequently, ah, there's the color I was promised. Oh, instant growth.
It worked.
Like a literal charm.
The float really was helping the reeds.
That was amazing! To think that such a thing was even possible!
So what was Kona doing? Are we about to have this victory stolen from under us because Kona did something? Also, wait, those reeds are not doing very well still. Should I have left the float behind like that? I was so excited to see the reeds. Nothing to worry yourself over. My brethren have swept up by the festival fever. Have been swept up by the festival fever. Last I saw, they were taking turns at carrying poles on the way back to the village. Please, feel free to look over the fields and enjoy the sight of what you've accomplished. Whoa, when did this happen? I'm sorry, there was a new message, Skylar's Fairs and Rides in the Roadblocks. New sub. Well, thank you for the sub. I'm so sorry I missed that message.
Some of them still look a bit sickly.
I imagine even the harvest magic has its limits. If the Hanu continue their festival tradition year after year, though, the entire field should eventually recover.
Where does that leave us with the feet, then?
You've got nothing to fear on that account. Our situation could never have resolved itself. The revival of even a single reed would have served to demonstrate your commitment to the task. That you recognize the nature of the float and found a near-perfect solution in Ihihana proves your dedication. What's more, I don't think I've seen the festival produce such impressive results since I was a mere chirper.
We are great.
We have been lax in maintaining the float, diluting its magic and reducing Ihihana to hollow theater.
And how long has that guy been living here, knowing all this
Kona!
stuff?
I was delayed by an unpleasant encounter, but it seems I arrived at a good time.
Oh, isn't that wonderful?
What? You just pour in some mystery liquid and problem solved?
Stagnant ether was to blame for the reed's poor condition. I assumed that was an alchemical concoction which enhances ethereal conductivity. It utilized the flowing water as an ethereal current, thereby promoting the transfer of life energies.
A method I could not have devised without the education I received at the studium and the cooperation of my Archon allies.
This guy's gonna be
Archon
trouble.
allies?
You see, Lamachi, this is why we need to embrace foreign knowledge and technology. Employed appropriately, they make light work of what would otherwise be arduous labor. There's no need to lug around heavy floats.
Can have both.
Well, you always were the clever one, brother.
Your approach was no less effective, Wooklamat. It achieved the same result.
Indeed it did. And you enjoyed the festival, yes?
I did. It was so much fun. Having visited your village before, I thought I knew everything about it. As it turns out, I knew very little. About the reeds, about Ihihana.
How did you go so long without learning about this, though?
With all I've learned this time, I feel as though I've really come to know the Hanu. And I like you even more now than I did before.
The feeling is mutual. And it's not just you who had a lot to learn either. I'll never look at our float the same way again.
Yeah, how did knowledge of that just fall
The
out?
two of you have exceeded expectations. Come forth and claim your stones.
Pona is either going to be a thorn in our side or somebody we end up working together with.
So this is what they look like.
Go on, set it in the tablet.
Makes me think of a job stone, actually. Soul crystal.
A perfect fit. That leaves 6 more.
And on to the next.
Not even a moment of celebration. That's Kona for you.
The third promise? You must join us for Ihihana next season. As Dawn Servant, of course.
Right. It's back to Tulihiola for now. Thank you for having us. I look
I'm
forward
making
to seeing you
predictions.
all again.
So we're just not gonna address the similar naming?
These are interesting times indeed.
I'm starting to get theories, though, about how this is all going to resolve.
The concoction was brewed by Kona himself. It's a test vial, but it should contain the same reagents.
Good work. We'll use whatever we must to win. For win we must.
And we see nothing of the first promise. My journey has just started and already I've met so many wonderful people. Wukivu for one. He's a bit eccentric, but everyone could stand to be as respectful of other cultures as he is. And Linu Hanu, it warmed my heart to see him honor his departed friend through Ikihana, and to help others do the same. I can't help but feel excited thinking who else I might meet over the course of the contest. Come on, let's head back to Shibaya Tie. I really hope they say that name in a cutscene soon. Oh. We've got quests though. Actually, I'll do those off stream so I can like give experience to Pictomancer or something. I don't know what I'll level after Viper, honestly. Probably a tank or healer. Why am I mounting? I can teleport. Vroom. And just like that, we found an elector and won our first keystone. I knew I was right to trust your instincts. Come on, let's keep things moving and march. Whoa. I could slow down a little bit and pronounce things right. Come on, let's keep things moving and march toward Urkopacha. This is gonna be a tough one. Urkopacha. Chances are good we'll find an elector there as well. Before we do anything, however, we should see what your opportunistic Pelu friend has to say. I've been waiting for what feels like days, and eaten enough of Brukevu's tacos to feed an army. Also, we have Wuklamat, Wukevu, and Brukevu. I'm very curious how the naming conventions of the Shabral work. Because I thought the Wook in Wuklamat and Wukevu had a connection, but now I look at Brukevu. And I'm very, very curious. I wonder if it's like Rugadine, where they're named after specific words instead of, like, just names. What is it you'd like to know? Our main concern was confirming the state of the road ahead. As I recall, to reach Urkopacha, we depart from the Arch of the Dawn, then take the road west at the first fork. Should we be wary of anything along the way? That is indeed the way to Urkopacha. After the damage wrought by the recent downpour, however, you'll be doing more stumbling than walking. But do take heart. When it comes to rugged terrain, we have a most dependable solution. Available. Come with me. Okay, sorry about that. Oh, I didn't mute. Sorry. That's embarrassing. I totally meant to mute when I was blowing my nose just there, so hopefully it didn't come through. I turned away from the mic. Oh, we're actually... Okay, I see. When I asked if we were gonna be riding alpacas, I was mostly joking. Also, we're entering a new zone at night again. Boo. May I introduce you to our most dependable companion, the alpaca. She's had trauma with alpaca. These animals can traverse Ucopacha's steep mountain trails as if they were gentle fields, and all while carrying heavy loads. Our merchants would be lost without them. So they fill much the same niche as our chocobos back home. You don't have alpacas in Eorzea? Alpacas are native to Yogg-Tara. Eorzea has its chocobos, and the eastern lands have their horses. Why go to the trouble of breeding another pack beast in a place which ill suits its qualities and where it is not needed anyway? But must we ride these little monsters? I get the impression you're not fond of alpacas. When I was small and being a bit naughty, I went around pulling on their wool. One of them spat on me and it was the foulest stench you can imagine. I see. What do they like to ride? Alpacas bred as mounts are inquisitive and docile. Even those without experience find them easy to handle. We're really doing this then. So, was my information useful to you? Yes, very helpful. Even if it wasn't what I wanted to hear. Good. I'll take my payment now. You want me to pay you? I guess I should have expected much from a Pelu merchant. Let me see what I have on me. The Pelu value the act of spreading joy through trade, as you should know. They take pride in making deals that benefit both parties. Here you go. A fair price for your fair advice. Yes, I made a trade with the third promise herself. My friends will never believe this. I shall be on my way now. I wish you safe travels. Off you go then, and thank you. I better not get spit on again. You brought that on yourself. Remain calm and gentle, and so will they. I'm still not happy about this, but if we need to ride alpacas to reach Ucopacha, then that's what we'll do. I feel like I could make a lot of comparisons between Wuk-Lamat and Lys.
Turali poets of yore sang of a mountain that would stand tall, even should all other lands sink beneath the sea. Indomitable and eternal, it arises from Ucopacha, the 100 peaks of time. Of all the beasts which crawl and fly, only the legendary Valigarmanda could hope to disturb the summit's serene majesty. Yet, with that flying calamity imprisoned by the Dawn Servant, what great feat remains for those who would claim the throne?
This landscape. Except for the giant mountain in the distance, the slopes of this mountainside remind me a lot of Western Kurthus back in 1.0.
So this is Urkopacha.
Save for the cacti.
I've never actually been here before.
The air is so crisp and clear.
And yet there are cacti?
Mountains everywhere you look.
That one massive peak in particular has quite the presence. It puts me in mind of Som-Al.
That is Workor Sormor, the tallest mountain in Yogg-Tural. Its sheer height makes it an imposing climb. But there are other reasons the ambitious keep their distance.
Oh? Do tell.
Where to begin?
Excuse me, but you're Wook Lamat, are you not? I hadn't thought to encounter one of the Dawn's promise here of all places.
Hello, kitty.
But I should introduce myself. I am Bol Nok, a weaver by trade.
Well met, Bolnok. We're on our way to Watrin Bello.
Oh, truly. I've just come from there, as it happens. I'd asked the Pelu Pelu who sell me their wool to give me a tour of their alpaca ranch. The head rancher and I shared a bottle of mezcal while he explained the finer points of wool production.
Mezcal?
Mezcal, is that a local beverage?
It's an Urkopacha specialty. A spirit made from distilled agave heart juice.
Yes, and it must have done wonders for my mood, for I tripled my usual order of alpaca wool. They did offer me a discount, though, so it wasn't a bad deal in the end. But listen to me, boring you with my tedious stories. I will leave you before you are lulled to sleep. Goodbye, and safe travels.
Didn't you have business with Wook Lamat?
Oh, silly me. I almost forgot to say the thing I actually wanted to say.
Oh, there we go.
Peace for Tural. I agree with your vision, Third Promise. You have my support in your bid for the throne.
I gather from his tale we would be foolish to underestimate Pelu Pelu merchants.
Yes, they do more than run the markets in Tuliolal. Pelu Pelu peddlers can be found everywhere in Tural, traveling from place to place on their sturdy alpacas. They are effusive and engaging speakers, and many's the customer who's been talked into spending more than they bargained for.
They won't find this customer so easily charmed.
Watchun Pello's down the path! Off the main road! Don't get lost!
It's right there!
Yeah, that was a little condescending. Wild alpaca. At least it's clear skies in here, so I can actually see things like that. Oh yeah, compass. I don't have to worry about that right now. Come on, that's got to be short enough. There we go. There we go. So not... I was expecting Lalafell hike, to be honest. Shabayukek, Agave Jazz, Onkanka. I'm gonna wait till I hear that word. Miplu's mate, like yerba mate? Shabameki. It's gonna take a long time to learn these. Okay, how do you say that name? Shashruk? This is it. Wachun Pelo, home of the Pelu Pelu. Wuklamat should have arrived before us. That's not good. You've come all this way for the rite of succession? Oh, so this means I'm exchanging words with the future Dawn servant. But please, the outcome is far from decided. But it is a possibility. How fortunate then that I deal in cloaks woven from especially luxurious alpaca wool. Such a garment would look magnificent when draped over the shoulders of a budding ruler. And a nation's ruler should dress her best when for her adoring people, yes? Finery for our finest lady, that's right. Come, third promise, my well-stocked shelves are but a few steps away. Finest lady? I like the sound of that. Alright, I suppose a quick look wouldn't hurt. Ahem. What did we just talk about? Erinville, when did you... Ah, a Shetona from the far-off Shak Toral. Northern winters are bitterly cold affairs, I'm told. I cannot imagine how you survive them without a lovely warm cloak of quality alpaca wool. No thank you. I am not in need of new clothes at the moment, and neither is the third promise. Perhaps another time. Of course. My shop door is always open. Erinville's sassy. You were saying something about not being easily charmed? I was just... As I mentioned previously, the Pelu people live for bringing happiness through trade. They won't cheat you or sell you defective goods. They will, however, disarm you with their deft turns of phrase, and unwitting customers like Wuklamat fall prey to this affable approach time and time again. Your only recourse is a clear and firm refusal. They won't pursue the matter should you make your disinterest plain. This is very good, especially with Alphino. Don't let Alphino or Estinian alone with the Pelu Pelu, please. A valuable insight into the minds of the Pelu Pelu. Let us all take Erinville's words of caution to heart. Let's see, can I cross my arms? Will it let me? Oh. Yeah! Let's all cross our arms and stare at Alphino. Aw. Not my finest moment, I'll admit. But now that we're here, let's do what we came to do. Find the Elector. Allow me to propose a strategy then. Kryl, Alizé, and I will speak to the merchants. No, you should not talk to the merchants. Wuklamat, you and Arenville might try approaching travelers and passersby. Vinta, pray investigate any of the other establishments which catch your eye. Should we learn aught of use, let us relay it to the third promise. Why are we letting Alfino go anywhere near the merchants? I mean, I know he's supervised by Kryl and Alizé. The Dawn Servant's Elector? Ah, I thought you were a new face in town. Here for the right of succession, I take it? Me, I don't much care who sits at the throne as long as they keep Tural peaceful. People tend to not be in the mood to relax and sip our excellent mezcal once arrows and spears start flying, if you know what I mean. Speaking of which, would you like a cup? A joy shared is a joy doubled, I'd say. Oh right, yes, you were acting about that Elector business. Being but freshly returned from my trading route, I've heard there's a contest afoot, but not much else. Our head ledger, Tobley, could... Tobley? Oh boy. They better make him exactly like the Tobley in FF10. Our head ledger, Tobley, could probably tell you more about it. They better keep... well, I guess... He needs to be excitable. I don't remember having to unlock the other gem trader. Electors? Oh yes, I've heard all about the right of succession. They're looking to put a new ruler on the throne, eh? Personally, I'm rooting for Zoralja. If the first promise wins, he'll look to expand our sphere of influence. That means access to more resources and more customers. In the thousands column, potentially. So many new trading opportunities to spread happiness far and wide. Others have been coming around to my way of thinking, so I've been crafting goods inspired by the resilient sun. Would you care to purchase something? No. No, I would not. Very well. You said you wanted to know about the Elector? I could help you, but I won't. I can tell you're no supporter of Zoralja or his policies. I absolutely would not like what you're selling, these. Hello there, I'm Mobley. Did you have a question for me? Sorry, I don't know about any electors. You should take a moment to see our prized alpacas before you leave, though. Oh, but be sure to admire them from a respectable distance. Get too close, and our nervous darlings may be tempted to spit on you, and that stuff stinks. It happened to a visiting buyer not too long ago. Tobley, that's the head rancher, was so mad at me for not giving a proper warning. No one makes a mistake without Tobley noticing. He knows everything that happens on this ranch. What is that outfit? Oh, that's from the one place. I really want to get to the first dungeon before I stop tonight. You really have to watch yourself around these silver-tongued peddlers. I almost bought a bottle of mezcal, and a stack of blankets, and then there was this enchanting ornament. Anyway, I did manage to learn that Tobley is the man to talk to about the contest. Now, if only they'd share where this head ledger of theirs is to be found. Really? He's also the head rancher? Well, the alpaca ranch is not far from here. I say we pay it a visit before the others return. I'm starting to feel a stomach ache. That's not good. I'm also curious what kind of voice they gave Tobli. That is a lot of alpacas. Still, we know the head ledger could be here somewhere. I can't let fear deter me. Not that to say I'm scared, of course. Excuse me, is one of these workers Tobli? Tobli? Oh yes, he likes to mingle with the ranch hands and keep an eye on things. I can't tell you which one he is, though. You can't? Is this part of the contest? All I can say is that Tobli often mentions his favorite pungent subject. He also can't resist a profitable trade, though who among us could, am I right? Still, if you bring him a very good deal, he might let his identity slip. So it's like a game. Easy enough. All I have to do is offer Tobli a deal he can't ignore. No problem at all. Well, maybe one problem. I don't think my purse is deep enough to pay everyone we think might be Tobli. Let's ask some questions first to narrow down the field. Great! We can meet back here to share our impressions. Well, obviously I'm not Tobli. I mean, oops, I shouldn't have said that. You're meant to find out for yourself who Tobli is, or if an elector is even in the village at all. Good luck. Ah, a visitor from across the salt, if I'm not mistaken. Be warned, the alpacas will spit on you if you startle them. I suggest you keep your movements slow and deliberate. That's not actually a thing, right? You think I might be Tobli? Well, maybe I am. All I will say is that, in this village, none have reared more alpacas than I. Am I Tobli? Yes. Yes, that is me. Excellent work from the Furry Promise and her entourage. Sharp instincts. Shall we commence the rite of succession, then? Gee, I wonder if it's where all those people are standing. I see we're both done with our interrogations. So, who do you think it is? I have my suspicions, but let's hear your pick. I don't think it's the nonchalant ranch hand. Either diligent or boastful. I'm gonna go with diligent. The diligent ranch hand. Ah, the worker so intent on stable chores. I had my eye on that one too. Time to rip the mask off. Yeah. Time to rip the mask off our mystery ranch hand, so to speak. We know it's you, Tobli, and to prove it, I propose a deal. A generous sum of coin for confirmation of your true identity. An offer I gladly accept. As you have correctly guessed, I am indeed Tobli, head ledger of Wachun Pello and head rancher of the family ranch. I am also one of Gulal Jaja's chosen electors. Gulul Jaja. Aha! In a place featured in the Tuli Yorlau saga just as we thought. I was right to trust in your instincts, and I'd wager this won't be the last time. She found you out fair and square, Tobli. And I'm glad she did. Would have been a pity had her bid ended here. Now do we get voice?
Deducing the Dawnservant's elector was the first step of the feat. Too simple a task for this aspiring ruler, eh?
Right.
Okay, so it's not the same
hard
Tobli.
at all.
The first promise.
Zorolja.
I am told the head ledger, Tobli, is to be found here.
You have to guess which one of us is Tobli. That's part of the test.
Ah.
You're Tobli.
Without even asking a single question. Very impressive indeed. With that amusing prologue out of the way, we can proceed to the actual challenge. Per the Dawnservant's instructions, I was free to devise any manner of feat. I considered a number of possibilities in the 10th column. But I think I have a good one. You must go forth and capture for me an alpaca.
While I've not had the best experiences with alpacas, aren't they generally docile creatures? That doesn't sound like much of a challenge.
Bring out the example! This is a special kind of alpaca. Would you please approach the animal?
Oh no, she gonna get spit on.
Who? Me? Well, it should stay calm if I stay calm, right? That's what Erinville said. Ah! The little monster spat on me! Ah, oh, that stinks. I can't.
Alpacas are paradoxical creatures, being both extremely curious and extremely cowardly. Press your luck when they're frightened, and you'll get a face full of spit, as you've all just witnessed.
has an awful stench, their expectoration. The globs contain half-digested food, you see, making it an effective deterrent against perceived threats.
Wild valley breed like this one are especially timid and can therefore be quick to lash out. They're also especially hardy.
Indeed. We take the rugged wild alpacas and breed them with our gentle domesticated stock. This produces the strong but biddable pack animals prized by our traveling merchants.
That's all well and good, but did I need to bathe an alpaca spit for you to make your point?
So, the task is to catch a wild alpaca.
That is correct. But be warned that it is a feat easier said than done. I suggest you prepare well before you enter the valley where the creatures dwell. And by you, I mean the claimants only. Allies are not permitted to assist with the catching. The alpacas will help me judge which of you is worthy of receiving a keystone.
So I'm to chase down a fluffy, spitting demon, and that somehow proves I'm fit to rule?
As I said, the Dawn Servant granted me the freedom to decide my challenge. And when you reach the end of the rite, I dare say you will understand why I chose what I chose.
Surely there's some sort of care aspect important to animal rearing.
Very well. This won't take long.
Wait! Didn't I warn you this was easier said than done? There are preparations to be made, factors to consider.
A beast is a beast. All yield to strength.
Zoralja and Kwana are both very simple,
So
direct.
far,
Well,
this
simple's not the right word.
experience has done
Direct, straight to the
absolutely
point.
nothing to improve my opinion of alpacas. But that doesn't mean I can't do this. Revolting spit aside, they're just another animal.
Are you all right, Orclamat? We thought we heard you scream.
The third promise does not scream. It was more of a startled yelp.
Scream, in other words.
Did you find the Elector?
Oh, we certainly did.
Toby's not gonna just introduce himself. He's right there. You don't have to explain everything. I had to go and wash off that nasty stuff off my face. I think I got it all. But would you mind taking a sniff for me, just to make sure? The stench has ruined my sense of smell. Hey, I saw that look. Oh god, this song. Ah, this song sends me back to 1.0 immediately. Every time. As Wuk-Lamat helped demonstrate, the valley alpaca are wary of people. Getting close enough to catch one will not be an easy task. You might have warned me about that earlier. I have enough trouble with tame alpacas. How do you expect me to wrangle a wild one? With the proper saddle. We infuse the leather with a relaxing scent that soothes the spitting beast. Wonderful, give me one of those then. Have you perhaps forgotten we are a clan of merchants? If you want a taming saddle, then you'll need to find a saddler and make them an offer. They don't come cheap, of course. Crafting a saddle will cost you the equivalent of 10 pel, in the 1,000 column. You mean 10,000 pel? I don't have that kind of coin. Converting to gil, that comes to around 1,000,000? I got that. No, this is my feat to accomplish. I wouldn't feel right about having others pay the costs. I'll find the money. Somehow. I've got millions of gil. In that case... that basket of wool is worth the sum you paid me earlier. 1 pel in the hundreds column. Beginning with the wool, you can trade for ever more valuable goods until you have something suitable to bargain with for the saddle. That's a nice gesture, but you think I can turn 100 pel into 1,000,000? That's 10,000 times more. We need 10,000 pel, not 1,000,000, so we're looking at 100 times more. Oh, right. I panicked and got it confused with Alphino's 1,000,000 gil. I'm not so sure about this trading idea. You were almost talked into buying a cloak you didn't need mere moments after you arrived. But I hate it when you're right. Then let me help you with your deal making. Oh, hello again, Mablu. I work here as a ranch hand, but I've also learned a lot about the peddler profession. It's alright if I ate them now, yes? I guided the claimants toward the first step of the feat like you asked. As long as Wuklamat goes alone to capture her alpaca, she is free to accept assistance from whoever she likes. Hooray! Let's see about getting you that saddle then for third. What is going on with my mouth today? Hooray! Let's see about getting you that saddle then, Third Promise. I don't know why you made your offer, but I could use an ally with a beak for bargains. Welcome aboard, Mablu. Should the rest of us stay behind perhaps? It may be easier to haggle over prices without so many voices chiming in. Especially yours. Yes, stay here and pitch in with the ranch work. With Mablu gone, I'll need extra hands to tend to the alpacas. Gladly, although Vinta, I think you should go with Wuklamat. You've seen markets and bazaars the world over, and surely have sage advice to share. If only we had Tataru here. In that case, you should also hold on to the alpaca wool. If it's misplaced or soiled in some way, you'll have nothing to bargain with. As if I'd do such a thing. But I'll leave the wool with Vinta anyway. The better to keep my hands free. To begin, I suggest we try trading the wool to Havli, the saddler. He won't agree to the deal, of course, but it will give us an idea of how much he'll accept for his wares. Oh good, I was worried they were going to accompany me. 6 hours and I'm still not at the dungeon. I know I've been going a bit slow, but still. Something I could do for you. We've come to bargain. I need one of your special taming saddles to catch a wild alpaca. A saddle, is it? And how will you be paying for it? With this basket of fine alpaca wool. What use does a saddle maker have for wool? Besides, this would barely cover the cost of a single strap buckle. Offer me something I actually want. And what might that be? Mezcal. I like to nurse a cup at a day's end while I inspect my finished work. Bring me a jug of quality stuff and you got yourself a deal. This bodes well for us, Third Promise. Such mezcal can be had for only 5 pel in thousands coblin. Hold on. Did you say Third Promise? Then my offer has changed. The saddle is going to cost you a jug of premium mezcal, aged 3 years at least. 3 years? That stuff is valued at 10,000 pel or more. Why have you doubled the price? That's not double. Wait. Yes, it is. Never mind. Because I must support the man of ambition who will sell. Because I must support the man of ambition who will see my business prosper. Zuralja will go to war, and his cavalry will need saddles. Lots of saddles. It's nothing personal, Third Promise, but I won't sell you my craft for anything less than my asking price. We should have just not said Third Promise. Oh. Can't say I blame him. I'm known for championing peace, and peace is unlikely to bring him more customers. Those of our grandparents' generation remember the dark days when the clans were at war. Many of those Pelu pray for your victory, Wuklamat. The younger ones, though, to them, strife and bloodshed are as children's stories. They think themselves safe from these horrors and take the peace we now enjoy for granted. Still others are unsatisfied with this quiet prosperity and crave the future like the Second Promise envisions. They've become obsessed with innovations like the dirigibles that have made trade swift and easy. When you have those like Havli convinced that the First Promise's plans for conquest, convinced that the First Promise's plans for conquest will afford them opportunities for great profit. What about you, Mablu? Aren't you of the younger generation? At least a year or two younger than me, I'd say. Oh, I was raised on the old tales. I've memorized the accounts of what it was like, or what it was like when the Yok Hui ruled our village. That's why I offered to help. I want you to become Dawn Servant to keep our nation from going back to the way it was. Well then, I guess I'd better make sure I win the contest. But the type of mezcal the saddle maker wants is so very expensive. Weren't we expecting to need 10,000 pel from the outset? Nothing's changed. We just need to get on with it. I may not have a head for trade or the stomach for alpacas, but I won't give up with the piece of Tulialal on the line. Then neither will I. We will make you Dawn Servant. Aiming for that 10,000 pel jug right away will only bring us failure and frustration. So let's first try exchanging the wool for anything even a touch more valuable. The trick is to find someone who needs alpaca wool and is willing to trade at a loss to acquire it. Someone who supports your bid for the throne, for instance. Of course, the Weaver! Bulnok was his name, I believe. He went out of his way to say he agreed with my vision and he was here to buy wool. I think I remember the direction he was going, but for now let's head back to the road where we first met him. Well, so far I feel like going to the other zone was the right choice. Because we got a confrontation with Galul Jaja is her father, right? Who is the other one, the other Jaja? This is the spot. After Bulnok talked to us, he walked off to the south. Then he was probably going to Ikuvlo's Inn. Most visitors to Huachunpelo end up staying there. Let's go and check, shall we? Oh god, that mountain looks way better now. The texture on that mountain reminds me of Monster Hunter World, honestly. That's honestly way more impressive than Samal. It looks like a completely different game the way it's rendered. Excuse you. Can I have that basket, Vinta? Here you go. Thanks, now let's see if we can turn a profit. Bulnok, I'm glad we found you. Are you interested in making a trade? Third Promise, you wish to do business with me? Might I ask what this is all about? We don't need a fade every time we explain something. It wasn't that much of an explanation we needed to give. I see. So the goal is to turn that basket of wool into a jug of 3-year-old premium mezcal. Then allow me to invest in your efforts. Peace in Tural is what allows me to cross freely into the lands of my suppliers. Naturally, I would prefer that one pledge to preserve that peace win the throne. Thus do I humbly offer you this wool poncho. A small token that I pay contributes to your victory. Oh, that's fine craftsmanship. A garment like that would easily fetch 5 pel in the hundreds column. That's very generous, Bulnok. Thank you. I promise I won't let you down. I have every faith in you, Third Promise. May fortune bless your future dealings. I can't believe you quintupled your investment with your first deal. We're off to a spectacular start. Only because Vinta remembered our weaver friend, all I did was hand over the wool. That's not true. The connections you build with people are vital. This is one of the most fundamental precepts of trading, one which you've instinctively mastered. Do you think so? I know so. Now let's take our 500 pel poncho and trade it for something even more valuable. Here, Vinta, you take the poncho. If I lost it somehow, Erinville would never let me hear the end of it. All set? Our next deal is waiting to be found. What? What is this? Success! You traded a 100 pel basket of alpaca wool for 500 pel wool poncho. Leveraging connections is a sound strategy, but we should also consider supply and demand. An individual in urgent need of a good poncho will offer more than a merchant simply looking for stockish shelves. That makes sense, but how do we know if someone needs a poncho? They aren't wearing one? They have a fabulous sense of style. They aren't wearing one? That's the obvious answer, isn't it? We look for a person without a poncho and hope they're eager to buy ours. Yes, there you go. We find the demand for our supply. So where should we begin to search for prospective buyers? There are any number of places, but we could do worse than starting right here at the inn. There might be interested travelers. Who here needs a poncho? A lot of Mamulja hardly wear anything to begin with. Those are probably Landsguard or sellswords. Mamulja who soldier for a living prefer not to wear much above the waist. It hampers their movements. Though even if I have bared shoulders, Mamulja carrying arms can be struck off the list. Oh, you can't let me zoom? That one has... Sweaty. You're scaled. Why do you sweat? This one has weapons. This one has a poncho. This one has a weapon. This one has none, so I guess we'll go for you. Let's see. No coat or cloak, but also no weapon? Oh, we might have a winner. Oh there, friend. You're not a mercenary by trade, right? I was curious about your bold choice of dress, or lack thereof. Oh, it was no choice of mine, believe me. I was attacked by beasts on the way here and barely escaped with my scales intact. My coat was not so lucky. I'm actually a toolmaker from Tuliolal, and was dressed quite smartly, all the better to show the Pelu I am a man who takes pride in his appearance and therefore his work as well. But now look at me. Well, sir, this is your lucky day. What a splendid poncho. This would be the perfect replacement for the coat I lost. We'd be willing to part with it if you'd like to make a trade. For one of your fine tools, perhaps? What about this hatchet? I crafted it myself and will vouch for its quality. The blade looks sharp, the half well made. I'd value it 1 pel in the goddamn. I'd value it at 1 pel in the thousands column. Oh ho, from 500 to 1,000. We have a deal. Wonderful. A fine garment such as this should put me on even footing with any Pelu merchant. Like the eponymous owner of Miplu's mate garden for one. Her field hands use hatchets to harvest the mate, and I thought to impress her with the tool I sold you. No matter, I have other wares to sell. Glad I am to have met you. Did you hear that? We've already found our next buyer. To Miplu's mate garden we go. Yes, but that's a fair distance on foot. We should take alpacas. These ones will be the calm type, right? This graphic is so unnecessary, but cute. I wonder if the crafter content will involve that graphic. Do you have new equipment for me to peek at? Nope. Well done recognizing that Toolmaker is a... well done recognizing that Toolmaker as a potential customer. If you've a mind to change professions, you'd make an excellent merchant. Honey, don't insult me. Don't insult me like that. Wind current. Before we get moving, you should be the one to hold this. With that, I suppose we should hop on the alpaca's Mabu as so kindly provided. I don't wanna. I wanna run there. Ooh, a target. Isn't that an FF10 monster? Or FF12 maybe? Either way, it's gonna die. Oh, you know what? Things are dying because I have item level that exceeds the gear from this area. I don't know why it took me that long to realize. Ready to go? Let's mount up. And it's off to the mate fields we go. Please don't spit. Please don't spit. You'll be fine. These ones are accustomed to people. I still don't trust them. You have a knack for riding no matter what you say. Without our alpaca friends, we Pelu would never have become traveling merchants. Can you imagine walking all the way across Tural? Oh, that's... Oh, whoa. You took control of my camera. I hate it. Walker Zorma. Wasn't that the name? A forbidding sight, isn't it? One I've never appreciated up close. You have to take the long way around the cliffs to get there, to the highlands belonging to Yokhoi. The hell are those things? So Mablu, you said you were learning about the peddler profession. You don't care for ranch work? No, I love it. I love working with the alpacas. Becoming a peddler has always been a dream of mine. It's just, I'm not sure I have the talent for it. If I can help you by the taming saddle though, then it'd be all the proof that I can do this after all. In that case, you'd best get ready to be a merchant. Not a cactor. Uh-huh. Hey, I see that ether current. We made it, and without a single smelly incident. I sent the alpacas back to Ikuvlozian, so we'll walk along the main road when we return to the village. Speaking of roads to travel, you were adopted by the Dawn Servant, weren't you, Third Promise? That I was. Then perhaps you understand. I was an orphan too, you see. Tobli took me in. He took in all the ranch hands, actually. All of them? Yes, and everyone works hard at their chores, grateful for the opportunity to repay the head ledger's generosity. Yet here I am, the only one wanting to go off and be a merchant. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm telling you this. We need to keep trading things for your saddle if you're to prepare for the feat of gold. And as it's mate harvesting season, they can't have too many quality hatchets. Add to that Wuklamat's way with the people, we should have no trouble making a favorable deal. That's Meeplu herself over there. Pass the hatchet to the Third Promise and let's get to the bargaining. I have things I want to do first. Hold on. Y'all shit can wait. Ether currents. Monsters. I'm an adventurer first. I see you, not a cactars. You liars. Did I only need 2? Nope, I need 3. There we go. How many more of those do I have? I should grab this. Why is it snowing? Wait, can you have cactuses and snow in the same biome? Ozama Uka is where the others are. Why is it? I guess we're very close to the mountain, so snow does make sense. I'm still confused though. Why would there be... If there's enough moisture to create snow, why would there be cactuses and desert environments? You have that little axe for me? Thanks. Now to see what we can get for it. You're Miplu, the owner of these fields? I have a mind to trade if you're interested. Well, well, the third promise. I might be convinced to entertain a proposal. What do you have for offer? This hatchet. Forged by a seasoned artisan, the razor edge of this exceptional tool will make light work of your crops. How is one hatchet enough? The quality is acceptable, I suppose. I offer you a large sack of mate leaves in exchange. The sack of mate leaves is valued at 1 pel in the thousands column, the same price as the hatchet. This deal would bring us no closer to the mezcal. If I may, Mistress Miplu, it's harvesting season, is it not? Does not the demand for hatchets afford them a higher value? It is indeed the season, which is why I procured an ample batch of tools well in advance. We've missed the window for demand. In that case, we'll have to fall back on connections. Think of it this way. A generous deal here would put you in the third promise's good graces. Surely that's worthy of consideration. I do not wish to give offense, but I must tell you that I stand with the second promise. His innovations will improve every aspect of our lives, I believe, including farming, and I will no longer have need of hatchets. I need to calibrate my face tracker again. There we go. I do not... Oh, I already read that part. I assure you that I have nothing but respect for Wuklamat. That is why I'm prepared to purchase the spare hatchet at a fair price. I suppose it is fair given your reasons, but we ourselves would be no better off for the transaction. How about this then? If we were to help bring in your harvest, would you give us a better deal? As a matter of fact, I would. Until Kona's reforms come about, I can always use more hands in the field. Then you can go ahead and add our labor to the bargain. Added value to tip the scales. How could I have forgotten one of the most basic rules of trading? You can rest here if you like, Mabu. Vinta and I have mate to gather. Oh no, I'm helping too. Off to the fields then, and mind you pick the healthy leaves. I'll take 5 good bundles from each of you. How much longer are we in this zone? How much longer till the dungeon? I've never had yerba mate, but when I was about 20, 25, somewhere in that range, I remember my friends suddenly raving about yerba mate as a caffeine alternative. And I guess it's still around? I haven't heard much of anybody mention yerba mate. Almost to the east? That's not very far. I'm surprised we didn't have to fight any pests. You've brought me some leaves, then? An acceptable harvest. We'll see how your companions fared before I make any decisions, though. Here, we've brought our share as well. Thank you, Third Promise. This is more than enough to hold it up your end of the bargain, as I stare at my empty palm of my hand. Ah yes, this is a plentiful harvest for my yerba mate production. Now it's time to honor mine. After adding the value of your labor to the price of the hatchet, I've prepared to offer you a full sack of our highest grade mate leaves. Premium mate! Bought at the shop, one sack of those leaves would cost no less than 5 pel in the thousands column. Then we can bid farewell to this hatchet. I'll give it a good home. Talk of the contest aside, I'm glad we could come to a mutually agreeable trade. As am I. All the best with the rest of your harvest. I wonder if the leaves we got are the leaves we picked. Mablu, what's wrong? It's as I was saying before. Even after everything Tobli's done for me, I'm planning to abandon it all and become a merchant. But then I needed your help after forgetting a basic rule of trade. How can I expect Tobli to accept my decision then? Have you mentioned your plans to leave? Not exactly. I wanted to prove I could succeed as a peddler before I declared my intentions. I seek to follow in my father's footsteps, but not because he expects it of me. I want to preserve Tural's peace, and becoming Dawn Servant happens to be the best way to do it. You should live a life of your own choosing, and I wouldn't be surprised if Tobli had the same opinion, so talk to him. My voice is starting to crack. Oh no. Sun has almost fully set. You're right. It's better to find out for sure than worry over what he might say. Thank you for the advice. Oh, I still have water. But first we have a saddle to buy. I want that success under my belt so I can be sure of my decision. What's next, then? We try to trade our tea leaves for something halfway to 10,000 pel? No, I think we're close enough now. I say we go straight for the premium mezcal. Bargain our way into double the value, huh? Think you can do it? Trust me, I will make this trade work. I admire you, Third Promise. That you're holding your own against such strong competition for the throne is inspiring. Am I really holding my own against Kona and Zoraja? I mean, of course I am. I'm Wook Lamut of the Dawn's Promise, after all. I hope this interface has something to do with the crafting stuff that's coming. Or gathering. Like it would feel bad if this interface was a one-off thing, honestly. Hold on, I need to send somebody a message. There we go. Before we go, let me give you the mate leaves. I don't need to risk proving Erenville's point. Ready then? Our next stop is the Mezcal Distillery. I'm really surprised none of the Ether Current quests have popped up while we're in here doing it. I'm gonna run over and grab this Ether Current up here first. Ah, there it is. Okay. Yeah, this, looking from this angle, definitely get old West Kurthus vibes. Way back 1.0. Like, obviously, the plantation, the plants and all that are different, but the sloping side of the mountain is very similar. 361 to the south, like down here? I wish... Why do ground mounts have to be this slow before you get everything? I understand them not having the top speed, but why does it have to be, like... I feel like I'm not even at the levels of a sprint. Oh, there it is. To the south? Well, I can't go up there yet, so nope. We want to speak with a man by the name of Gobli. Even among his fellow distillers, he's regarded as a master of the craft. He knows the value of his product, so if we're to convince him to trade trade for twice what the leaves are worth, we're going to need targeted information. That means asking around and taking in the gossip. If you could talk to the people here at the distillery, Vinta, perhaps Luc Lamat could do the same at the village entrance. Meanwhile, I'll head to the north side and see what I can learn. Me? I'm a chef from Tuliyola. I often come here to buy Gobley's mezcal, the finest in Tural, according to my customers. He always brings out a jug during our dealings, but I can't handle the stuff too well myself. I take small sips, not wanting to be impolite, you understand, but still end up so saddled as to agree to whatever price he quotes me. It would be nice to have less potent refreshments during such conversations, else I might have to seriously reconsider our arrangement. Somebody wants less potent mezcal. Gobley might be a deft hand at distilling, but he's got no sense when it comes to appearances. Rumor has it he's been invited to the palace for business negotiations. If he presents himself to the court wearing his usual rumpled attire, though, he'll be laughed at as sunperch. That name threw me off, even though it was a very regular name, or term. There's not much I can say about Gobley, but I can tell you what Gobley's been saying. The other day he was muttering about monsters prowling around Agave Jaws. That's the field where they gather ingredients for the mezcal. Their presence has made it harder to produce said ingredients, and thus driven up the price of his product. A boon, some might argue, but it's hard to celebrate when it affects the work as it does. Can't rightly bring joy to the people if you can't keep making the thing they love. We're gonna go clear the agave fields. So what did you find out? Oh, we can make use of all those tidbits. This deal is as good as sealed. As for me, I found out where Gobley is working. There's a millstone at the top of the slope behind the distillery. You go on ahead and I'll bring Luc Lamat. They said he's not much for dress, but he looks he's wearing the same clothes as everyone else. You have business with me, sir? Why don't we talk down below as to not distract the alpaca from his work? Uh-oh, this music traumatizes me. So many hours wandering around the retainer area. Now what's this about? Keep it brief as you would. I'm a busy man. We're in the market for a 3-year-old jug of premium mezcal, assuming you have any on hand, that is. Ah, an excellent choice. I must warn you though, it doesn't come cheap. We don't have Pel, but we can offer a sack of mate leaves in exchange. It's top-grade stuff like the mezcal. No deal. Mate leaves are well and good, but I don't have any use for them. No deal, just like that? Still, I'd hate to send you away empty-handed. Why don't we sit and chat a while over a cup of mezcal? Now the real bargaining begins. Which of our cards do you want to play first? The Hubigo chef's distaste for strong drink. I appreciate your hospitality, but I'm afraid I can't hold my drink. I've heard one of your regular customers, a Hubigo chef, is the same. Thing is, not everyone can enjoy mezcal. I wonder if you might benefit from having other refreshments to offer. Something like mate tea, for instance, and brewed from the finest leaves, of course. Ah, you're right, absolutely right. I had noticed a growing reluctance on the part of my Hubigo friend, but I did not realize I myself was to blame. I must endeavor to be a better host. Still, even with that added value in mind, no sack of leaves is worth the mezcal you're after. Should we offer to call the monsters causing them trouble? Not yet. We keep that card up our sleeve until we need it. As I expect you're aware, the rite of succession is currently taking place. That's why the third promise has graced us with her presence. When the contest is decided, the subsequent ascension ceremony and banquet will be a prestigious affair. If your mezcal were to be served there, it would bring your distillery immeasurable fame. Wait. Could it be that your rumored invitation to the palace to discuss that very possibility? As a matter of fact, yes. I must admit I'm still reeling from the abruptness of it all. It would be a great honor and opportunity if I can secure the deal. Well, I should think your exceptional mezcal would speak for itself. That said, there's no such thing as being too prepared, and first impressions last. You'll want to be wearing your very best when you walk into Voyok Shonsa. I don't know if it's Volok Shonsa or Volok Shonsa. It would be such a shame to miss the chance of a lifetime simply for want of proper garments. That it would. Are you saying you have garments to offer? Something ideal for court? We have no garments on hand, I'm afraid. But we can provide you with the next best thing, an introduction to a weaver. His name is Bolnok, and his works are highly regarded in Tuliola. As a supporter of Wuklamat and keen observer of palace politics, he will doubtless be happy to guide you in the selection of an outfit to fit this golden occasion. I had that. There was a nice cadence until the very end, and I dropped it. That is certainly a tempting proposal, and one of which I should like to take full advantage, but the scales still aren't quite balancing. Say, weren't there monsters running amok in Agave Jaws? That's a problem we could easily solve for you. Truly, I would be most grateful for your immediate assistance. I was resigned to hiring sellswords to clear them out. Factoring in that saved expense and an introduction to a trusted weaver, this is shaping up to be a sound bargain. Alright, you have a deal. Yes, I knew you'd come around. Give us a moment and Vinta and I will take care of those prowling nuisances. In the meantime, I'll use the time to pen an introductory letter to Bulnok. The fields you're looking for are just north of Wachun Pello. Be safe. Alright, time to beat up some monsters. The one thing we're good at. Why are you caught on rocks? That should be Agave Jaws just over there. This'll go faster if we split up. Come and find me once you've finished clearing out your share of the pests. It always makes me happy to see the astrologian constellations in the sky. Wonder where that all goes. Oh, that's Tuliyollal over there? For some reason I thought this over here was Tuliyollal because of the label here, but I guess this whole, like, region is Tuliyollal. Anyway, where's the ether? To the east. Somewhere over there. I like this battle music a lot. I'm glad it's actually the overworld battle music. I was worried it was only like special events. Well, worried is not the right answer, but like when I heard it in the Viper, the battle Viper had for one of its quests, it made me concerned that we weren't going to see it outside of the area. Or like it was a boss battle theme, which I would have been alright with that. What are the potencies on these? 600, 600, 600, 600? Interesting. The southeast. Oh, look at that. Of course, aggro enemies are staring at it. Six, 7, 7 to the south. Probably somewhere like over here by the inn. No, wait, it can't be that far. Because we already got the one that was right outside the inn, so it's got to be somewhere like right here. Well, you can't see my mouse, can you? Compared to the creatures I hunted with Papa, this was no challenge at all. Come on, let's head back to the distillery. All that's left is to give Mabu the stack of leaves so she can seal the deal. Those monsters were no trouble for you, it seems. Now if I could just have that sack of leaves... Thank you for looking after our precious trading goods. Your monster problem has been resolved, Master Gobli. Here are the mate leaves and a written introduction to Bolnok as agreed. Then the deal is done. Here, your jug of premium mezcal, aged 3 years. Please accept it with my compliments. Yes, we finally have the mezcal. Great work, especially you, Mablu. You were the one that inspired me to come this far. Third promise. But let's not celebrate until we have the saddle in hand. Alright, I forgot what I was doing this for. Mablu, is it? Okay, in a village this small, how do you not know her name? Mablu, is it? You drive a hard bargain, young peddler. I look forward to doing business with you in the future. Thank you, but truth be told, I'm just a ranch hand. For now. Should I ever become a proper merchant, though, I'll be back to strike more deals with you. Success! You traded a 5,000 pel sack of top-grade mate leaves for a 10,000 pel jug of premium mezcal. Even at the palace, I don't think I've held a 10,000 pel jug of anything before. My hands won't stop shaking. Here, you better hold on to it till we get to the saddle maker. He's right over there, right? Ha! Can you imagine if we dropped it and had to start all over again? Luckily, Havli's place is not that far. We just need to head across the plaza. That's what I thought. Oh no, wait. Is Mablu foreshadowing? Foreshadowing is a literary device where... Sorry, that's a joke I stole from... oh god, I can't remember his name. The guy that did the big 4-hour plagiarism video. Why can't I remember his name right now? Oh god, now I gotta look it up. Because I got that name, I got that joke from him. 4-hour plagiarism video. H-Bomber guy. I got that joke from H-Bomber guy. This is it, the trade we've been working towards. Phew, still in one piece. Right, time to make our deal. She's gonna drop it. She's gonna drop it, she's gonna drop it, she's gonna drop it. Or not. Get your tools ready, saddler. We've brought your precious mezcal. Wait, you actually got your hands on a jug? But you had nothing, a few measly clumps of wool. What we had was an inspiring trader with a gift for negotiation. Although I'd sooner aid no claimant but Zoralja, I cannot go against the guiding principles of the Pelu Pelu. The trade is a fair one. I'll craft your saddle, third promise. Great. Stay and wait if you like. I have all the requisite materials, so this won't take long. Your commission is ready. Catching a wild alpaca is never a simple affair, but you'll have an easier time with one of my saddles. Now, if you don't mind, I have other work that needs finishing. Ah, I can taste the smooth mezcal already. We did it! The saddle is ours! And to think we started out with only 100-pel basket of alpaca wool. Mablu, you are going to be an incredible merchant. Thank you, it makes me so glad to hear you say that, Third Promise. We got what we came here for, so let's return to the ranch. The others will be waiting. Yeah, we've only been like, what, 2 days? Success! You traded a 10,000 pel jug of premium mezcal for a taming saddle. So let's see, we've been gone for 2 days trying to make these trades. Alphino, you didn't buy anything while I was gone, right? You've acquired the saddle then? Yes, and thanks in no small part to Mablu. Before you rush off to go catch an alpaca though, let me teach you how to saddle one. I'll bring out one of our wildborn friends so you can practice. I know. This is something I need to learn. Great sunken gods, I did it! He hardly seemed bothered, much less inclined to spit. It's as if he was completely accepting of Wuklamat's touch. That is because of the singular scent with which the saddle has been coated. Alpacas find it very soothing. You know, I've never taken a good long look at one of you before, but you're actually kind of cute. You're only now noticing that? Zoralja, he's back. What the hell? Having done exactly what he set out to do. That alpaca he's brought, is it just me or is it glowing? I've heard tales of such a beast. They say the golden alpaca lives a solitary existence deep in the valley, where it shuns the company of both man and its own kind. How did he manage to snare a prize like that? A beast knows its betters. Faced with overwhelming strength, it will yield rather than risk death. An apt illustration of how greatly the power of the first promise to seize yours, Wuklamat. Strength alone won't win him our father's throne. I'll be the one to find the Golden City, and then Tural can remain at peace. An everlasting desire for peace can only be forged in the fires of war. To unite as one, the people must be taught. They must suffer the horror and the hopelessness firsthand. Exhaustion from prolonged conflict. The wages of war's merciless nature. These are what moved the clans to join in the founding of Tuliyollal all those years ago. Consider the younger generation of this village. Since birth, they have basked in unbroken harmony. And behold, they regard war not as tragedy, but opportunity. Thus does the resilient son seek to provide education, He offers much-needed lessons in the realities of contest and a renewed appreciation for peacetime. "'Tis true that war's misery breeds a longing for peace. But I have seen with my own eyes what becomes of an empire forged to the violence you propose, the rebellions it spawned and ruins it left behind. The Garlean Empire was a congregation of simpletons." Oh, really? "The oppressed fought back against their oppressors, as well they should. Men are not beasts. Only a fool would seek to rule over them all with the threat of force alone. This is why Gulul Jaja did not elevate the Mamulja, why he treats all clans with equal respect. However, the first promise has his gaze fixed upon a more distant horizons. He would not only unite Tuliyollal, but the star in its entirety." What? Why? I need not explain myself to you. Oh, well done indeed. The first promise has completed the feat of gold with an appropriately golden flourish. May I present to you your much-deserved keystone. He's always been like that, never sharing his innermost thoughts with me or even Kona. It's like we're not even family. I'll ponder Zoralja and his mysteries later. Right now, I need to think about finishing the feat of gold. I have my saddle, I've practiced how to use it, so lead on to where the wild alpacas roam. The value of Oronkanka to the northwest of here. Come on, everyone. Even if we can't enter ourselves, we can at least see Wuklamat off on our hunt. Sugar kitten? Okay. I ain't judging. Oh, these enemies are 91. This quest is 90, so I don't know. I'm not sure I'm almost about to be 92. I feel like I should put the experience on some other job for a while. Because the dungeon surely will be 91. Is there an ether current over here? No.
Thanks. I'll need it.
It's been so long since I've heard a voice.
Still not sure about alpacas. I'd rather not go near one if I can help it. But if I'm to rule this nation, then I'll need to learn how to live with them. Tural is their home too.
Tomorrow when I stream, I'm not going to stream 8 hours like this, or 7 hours like this.
I'm off.
Just a few hours, and then I'll play by myself off stream.
So, shall we head back to the ranch, or...?
I'm staying here.
As will I. Wuklamat is alone in this. The least we can do is stand watch and await her return.
It may be a while yet. Help me pitch the tent.
Oh my god, Aaronville without his backpack on.
Trust a gleaner to come prepared for anything.
What's a gleaner?
Someone whose job it is to travel the world and procure uncommon things for their employers. Aaronville specializes in finding animals, I believe.
But aren't you a Shitona from Shaktural? Why did you cross the salt?
When I was much younger, the thought of leaving Tural never even occurred to me. But then, some years ago, my mentor tasked me with a difficult hunt. Something I could never find, she said, so long as I clung to the familiar. She suggested that I leave home, leave Tural, and join the Gleaners of Sharlian. As one of their number, I could experience the world, immerse myself in myriad cultures and customs, see the many faces of nature. And once I had learned what is truly important, I would find that which I seek. My younger self took those words to heart, and off I went to become a gleaner.
Her words alone moved you to leave behind everything you'd ever known? You must have great respect for your mentor.
As it happens, gleaner work was much to my liking, and I all but forgot why I had pursued it in the first place. Yet, events conspired to put me back on the trail I'd abandoned.
Wait, are you saying you were tasked with finding the City of Gold?
I was. And though my hunt is now entangled with the right of succession, I mean to see it through.
Well then, I understand completely. We all have our reasons for seeking the Golden City. Which is all the more reason for us to work together.
Just so.
Is Aaronville gonna pull out a weapon? We have Alize, we have Alfino, we have Wuklamat, we already have 4 without him.
She should have been back by now. What if something's happened to her? We need to tell Tobli and arrange a search party.
Wait. Do you hear that?
She did it! Yay!
They did it.
You're utterly spent, and small wonder.
Well done, Third Promise.
The ranch isn't going anywhere. Take a rest in the tent.
I think I will. Thank you all for believing in me.
Is it just me, or was that camera transition really sudden? I'm so relieved the third... Oh, my throat is mad at me. I'm so relieved the third promise came back to us safely. And the alpaca she tamed is a healthy-looking beast. Surely this will be enough to satisfy the feet of gold. Wuklamat still seems a bit unsteady on her feet. Hardly surprising after she spent the night chasing alpacas. You know what will melt away the fatigue like magic though? Mate tea. I'll run to the ranch and get a pot brewing. That way you can take your time and the tea will be ready when you arrive. As Mablu so wisely suggested, we shall set a slower pace for our exhausted third promise. Meanwhile, I can just teleport there, yes? For some reason you've put an objective right outside it, but sure, why not? It is 10:20. I eventually need to be sleeping for school, but it's just a Zoom meeting, so it's not like it's that much of an issue. I want to get through the first dungeon before I quit. That is my goal. Came back ahead of the others, did you? I should hurry along with the tea then. Wuklamat can't be that far behind. Oh, that tea really is magical. I feel better already. I see you've become more comfortable around our fuzzy friends. Watching this one taught me a lot about alpacas. What grasses and fruits they eat, what sounds they react to, their adorable little quirks. I guess I've grown kind of fond of them. Welcome back, Third Promise. Accomplished the feat of gold, have you? Yes. There is no mistaking a valley alpaca. I commend you on your success. Well done. Yes, we did it! Although I couldn't find a shiny one like Zoralja did. I'd be surprised if you had. Golden alpacas are born but once every few decades. They are elusive, solitary creatures that are rarely seen, much less captured, thanks to their innate physical and magical gifts. Only I'm willing to bet, you know all those golden mounts they keep putting in the game for millions of gil just to get people to sink their money? I'm betting we're going to get a gold alpaca if we don't already have it. Only a single other person to have known to have caught one before, that being Gulul Jaja himself. Papa was chasing alpacas too? So my grandfather's stories say. It was before the founding of Tuluyola, in a time when the mountain giants, the Yokhui, held our people in thrall. Compelled by their overlords, our forebears would ride their alpaca mounts to the highlands to deliver gifts of food and other tributes. Those were wretched days, to hear grandfather tell it. Then came along young Gulul Jaja, yet unburdened by the mantle of Dawn Servant. Ooh, characters. There's a Moblin, a Hanu. Surely that's not Galoof. Who's that behind his hand? Is that Galoof? Our people were amazed by his imposing two-headed figure, equal to the Yokhui in stature, and puzzled by his entourage of mismatched companions. Some trembled in fear, believing a new conqueror had come. Yet Gulula Jaja showed no such inclinations. He sat and spoke with us, sipping from cups of mate tea we offered him, and grew somber when he learned of our plight. Let's see, is Mystery Man hiding? Oh, that's a Viera. Wait, is that Aaronville's mother? It very well might be Aaronville's mother. None could have anticipated what their visitor decided to do next. Gulul Jaja ascended the cliffs to face the giants and freed the Pelu Pelu from the Yokui's subjugation. He then turned an upraising eye upon our riders and proposed we take to the road to peddle our beverages. The suggestion seemed obvious for one who traveled as he did, intent on fostering amity between the clans. I clearly need more practice at sight reading. So it was that a few words from Gulul Jaja transformed us into a clan of itinerant merchants. I've never heard the bond Papa forged with the Pelu Pelu spoken of in that way before. The saga is not so detailed. Then you may not know that Gulul Jaja sought a sure-footed guide for his trek up into the highlands. Thus did he capture a golden alpaca. So both my brother and my father caught the rarest of creatures, while an ordinary one was the best I could manage. The feat required no more than that, Third Promise, and you brought back a perfectly wonderful beast. I don't know why I couldn't get perfectly and wonderful straight in my head. Mablu's right. You're a perfectly wonderful beast. If anyone's ordinary, it's me. Spit in her face. Not only did you accomplish the feat of gold, but you also made many trades and brought joy to many people in a true Pelu Pelu fashion. I sorely doubt your sibling could have achieved the same result. You should be proud of the accomplishments which earned you your keystone. Five more to go. You're well on your way, Third Promise. We'd have been lost without you, Mablu. Thanks to you, I learned so much about the Pelu people and your customs. It might seem obvious, but I've come to realize the importance of properly knowing something. It was because I didn't understand alpacas I was uncomfortable around them. I'm thankful to you as well, Wuklemat. You've given me the courage to say what I wasn't sure I could ever say. Tobli, I want to leave the ranch and become a merchant. I appreciate everything you've done for me, and I've loved every moment caring for the alpacas. But this is something I need to do. I need to walk my own path and make my own trades. As your parent, allow me to say one thing. I've always tried to give my wards lives filled with as much happiness as I could provide. Yet never once have I wanted that to be the only happiness you knew. You have my blessing to walk any path you choose, Mablu. It gladdens me to hear that you've found a calling you wish to pursue with such passion. You will make an exceptional peddler, I'm sure of it. Thank you, Tobli. What did I tell you, Mablu? There's one last thing I can help you with, Third Promise. You need to find the Golden City, right? That's the end goal. Then I suggest you talk to the Yokhoi. They once ruled over far more than just Urkopacha and the Pelu Pelu. 1,000 years ago, they were the overlords of Yogg-Toral and all its peoples. During that era, the Pelu Pelu were commanded to search for the City of Gold. They scoured every corner of the continent, but never found any trace of that fabled place. But if they didn't find anything, what could the Yokhoi have to tell us? Yokhui have to tell us. They may not have found it, but the fact that they thought to look for it at all makes me curious. Perhaps there's value in delving into how the legend originated? We lose nothing from asking the question. Besides, if we're determined to follow the path of the saga, we'll be visiting the giants eventually. Oh, Kryl, I have a question I've been meaning to ask since we finished with the feet. Where did you acquire that earring? Oh? My earring? Do you recognize it? Yes. Pieces just like it first became fashionable in Yogg-Toral around 20 years ago. Since then, it's become common to wear one as a charm for safe travel. 20 years ago? Right about the time my grandfather made his journey. Yet the Dawn Servant implied the earring was connected to the Golden City in some way. Surely there was more to its significance than a simple fashion. If you want to know how it first came to be crafted, I could try to find out. Seeing as it's a regular seller for many merchants, I'm curious to learn about it myself. I would appreciate that very much, thank you. Jumping feet first into the peddler business, eh, Mablu? Right then, that's 2 keystones down. I say we head back to Tuliyollal and plan our next move. Farewell for now, and thanks for all your help. I will become Dawn Servant, so make sure you set aside your best mezcal for the occasion. She has a fearsome opponent in that brother of hers. He even brought a golden alpaca to heal. But you've heard Zeralja's supporters talk. They might see opportunity in his expansionist ambitions, but they find the man himself intimidating, terrifying even. Whereas I've grown to love Wuklamat, everyone she meets will come to love her too, and that's why she'll win the throne. You might be right, Mablu. You might be right. It feels good to have the feet of gold safely under our belt, even if my victory pales beside Zeralja and his shiny golden alpaca. I know I shouldn't let it bother me, but gods know you've all been so supportive. But I want to be strong or wise like my brothers, to be a promise that people respect. Which is not likely if I stand here carrying on and on about things. Let's move on. Back to Shibalev Tie with us. Taye, Somebody please tell me. The contest has hardly begun. In fact, hold on. Shibalya... Yeah. Nope, that is not. Shivalba type is not what I searched. I'm trying to see. Nope, 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 nope. Okay. Oh look, ether current quests. Which I will get to later. I want that dungeon right now. And there's the drums again. I feel like I'm in that Chips Ahoy commercial from years ago. Decades ago. Look at us! The contest has barely begun and we already have 2 keystones. Surely even my talented brothers aren't doing this well. We can only hope. Uncoiled fangs. So that means I get the twin fang thing upgrade now? Yeah, wait, maybe? It do. We've now won keystones from the Feet of Reeds and the Feet of Gold. Surely that means our approach to the contest was the right one. So it would seem. By continuing to retrace Gulul Jaja's attorney as presented in the saga, we should find the remaining electors in turn. Then let's visit the Giants next. Like Kryl said, the fact that they were searching for the Golden City might mean they know something useful. The home of the Yokhyoi is in the upper reaches of Urkopacha. Unless you're keen on scaling the cliffs, we'll have to take the long way around, through Kozama Uka. This route will take us close to the Moblin village, which is another important location in the saga. Since we'll need all the keystones eventually, it makes sense to pay them a visit while we're passing through. So we call on the Moblins first then. Let's head there right now. I'm afraid right now is going to be a problem. The flight of Wee Wingless, the great stairs leading to the Moblin settlement, collapsed in the storm. God, how bad was that storm? What are we to do then? There is an alternative, but that requires preparation. Until it's ready, you could rest at the cabins or see more of the city. Whatever you prefer. Just to be sure, you'll accept any method of travel as long as it gets us to our destination? Of course, who do you take me for? And as your guide, I will see to the arrangements. Well, it seems we have some free time on our hands. Let's make the most of it. If this is leading to the dungeon, please, please, I'm ready. Just let me do it. Ah! I need to get my axe prepared. I nicked the blade pretty bad when I took a swing at Bakul Jaja. Bakul Jaja. I need to remember Bakul Jaja. That reminds me, I never got around to introducing you to Ropley, did I? He's the man in charge of the Wachimeki, and a good person to know. Want to come along? Not really. I'm not ready to do crafter stuff. Let's go then. If you insist. If it leads to the dungeon. Of course it's an accompaniment quest. Ready? The markets of Wachimeki are to the east, on the other side of the Bayside Bevy. Yeah. I know how these accompaniment quests work. They started in Endwalker. Why is there a... I just want to run straight there and get to the dungeon. I'm not seeing as many Rothgals as I thought I would. I guess not as many people switched as I thought. This is Aunt T's Tacos, named for its owner here, the lovely T-Soul. Ah, her. If you're after the best tacos in Tuli Yolal, this place sits at the top with Shiva Lantier. You say that, Third Promise, but you only ever eat old Brookgevu's food. Come and buy mine for a change. Sorry, T-Soul. It's been a while, hasn't it? I swear I'll stop in for a bite once the contest is over. I feel like that's an insult. My, the Third Promise. How might I assist you with this fine evening? Well met, Ropley. I need to buff a nasty nick out of my blade. Yes, it's been chipped quite terribly. Trying to cleave rocks again, were we? Yeah, something like that. Think you can fix it? You stand among Tural's most prestigious gathering of artisans and ask this question? 'Tis child's play. We'll have it repaired for you in 2 shakes of an alpaca's tail. Good to hear. I'll leave it in your capable hands. Who's your companion, may I ask, if I may ask? This is Vinta, a great adventurer I recruited from across the salt. I brought him here to meet you, actually. Thought he might have a reason to visit Wachimeki sooner or later. That name is such a mouthful. Wachimeki. What you making? Then allow me to introduce... I'm so tired. Then allow me to introduce myself. I am Ropley, humble representative of this grand center of trade. I'm so delirious that I'm making up words that aren't even there. A pleasure to meet you, Vinta. You there. Stop dithering in the shadows and announce your business already. Isn't that the guy from the boat? I've seen that man somewhere before. Yeah, that's what I thought. A jewelry maker you met on the voyage over? Oh, I remember. I spoke with him too. Fanjon Time? Yes, that was his name. You've been loitering like a flighty admirer who can't pluck up the courage to confess his feelings. Out with it then. Why are you here? That is to say... Goodbye. We don't have to give a shit about him, right? We can just continue on to the dungeon. And we're no closer to solving that enigma. I wonder if he could use someone to talk to. I say we go and ask. Let me know by Link Pearl if you find him first. I don't care about him. This is crafter stuff. What are crafters doing getting integrated into the story, huh? Why couldn't I have just gone and rested at the inn instead of being dragged to the crafter market? You were conversing with Master Ropley. But wait, we've met before, haven't we? On the ship. You found him? Good, I'll be right there. Can I just... Would anybody be upset if I skip this cutscene? Because I don't think I would. Why did you run off like that? Did you have business with Ropley or not? Please, you needn't concern yourselves with my affairs. I'm undeserving of such attention. Huh? What are you going on about? I beg of you, do not ask me to explain. Do not. Sorry, but the more you tell me not to, the more curious I become. Besides, you look like you need a friend. You are too kind, so be it. I suppose I can share with you a morsel of my misery. Before I came to Tuliolal, I worked as a goldsmith at the most prestigious jewelry maker in all of Ulda, Eshtaim Aesthetics. Oh, it started off well enough, but as the days passed, everything began to go wrong. Compared to the masterpieces of my talented colleagues, my products were lacking. Mediocre! I lost all confidence. Crippling doubt has possessed me, and any veneer of bravado I tried to put forth soon cracked beneath its weight. Thus did I take ship, hoping to find a fresh beginning on new shores. Yet as you witnessed, I lacked the courage to even approach a potential employer. You stand before a man wallowing in the wreckage of his ill-spent existence. Alright then. You offered a morsel and then served us the full course. You must have really wanted someone to hear your story. If you like, I could try to give you a few words of advice. Then, you have experience with my predicament? The feeling terribly inadequate compared to your undeniably superior peers? Well, when you put it that way, not me. I'm Wuklamat, third promise of Tuliolal. Daughter of the Dawn Servant. Oh, of course, you are a member of the royal family. Please forgive my presumptuousness. But what of you? Have you ever measured your work against that of your colleagues and found yourself wanting? All the fucking time. On occasion, you can't measure your worth by the success of others. I mean, that's true. However, I gotta be honest and sympathize with the guy, not talk down with him. Not talk down to him. On occasion. If even an ally handpicked by the third promise can feel such doubt, then what hope is there for me? You're looking at it the wrong direction, my dude. I must question why I bothered to become a goldsmith in the first place. Looking back, 'twas my father who inspired me to take up the trade. His exquisite creations brought radiant smiles to the faces of his clients, and I admired him deeply for it. Why do we care about this guy? But in the course of striving to be as great a goldsmith as him, I lost sight of my original motivation. All I ever wanted was to spread joy through my craft, as he did. Perhaps I will give this one last try. Thank you both for reminding me of what is truly important. This feels like such an unnecessary step. They could have just introduced us to the area and did a little notice saying Wachimiki quests unlocked or something. Oh, sorry, Vinta. I didn't mean to ignore you. But yes, I'm glad to see Fongenton is giving himself another chance. I can't help but wonder if Fongenton will follow through. Let's see if he's actually gone to talk with Ropley. The faster we get through dealing with this guy, the better. I don't understand why they've shoved the crafter guy into the main story. It seems like a very bad choice in my eyes. Like, the pacing to get to the first dungeon is already long enough. What the hell is this extra step doing in here? "'Twas kind of you to come, but you needn't worry. I found my courage." Great, can you go do it over there while we get our axe and leave? Pray accept my apologies for my earlier behavior. My name is Fongenton, and I am a goldsmith from Ul'dah in faraway Eorzea. I realize this is a bold request, but I should like to continue practicing my trade here in Wachimeki. If you will have me, I ask only for the opportunity to bring happiness to others with my creations. So that's what this was about. You were looking for work. Consider yourself hired. Wachimeki is always in need of skilled craftsmen and women. If only getting a job was that easy, holy shit. You just introduce yourself and you're hired? I'll handle the necessary paperwork. Can you start tomorrow? Yes, of course. I must thank you both again for your sage and timely advice. I don't know that I was all that helpful. But you were. Had you not come to speak with me, I would not have had that moment of much needed self-reflection. You mean you weren't sitting there thinking about this predicament this whole time? The arrangements have been made. Come and meet me at the entrance of High Tide Harbor. Oh, I almost forgot. Do you have my axe ready, Ropley? Ready and waiting. Behold the sublime touch of Wachimeki artisan. Of a Wachimeki artisan. Oh ho, it's as sharp and deadly as the first day I held it. Thank you. Well, good luck to you, Fongentin. Let me know if that doubt creeps back in. I'd happily talk you out of it. Or beat it out of you. As for us, we should be heading for the harbor. You wouldn't want to keep Erenvel waiting. Finally. That was such an unnecessary step. Holy shit. the closest is the Aetheryte. Actually, I feel like that might have taken me the same distance away. We're approaching the 8th hour and finally we might be into the dungeon. Why isn't this voiced? Especially since it had a timer on it. Look there. That is my big plan. That's a lot of boat. What is that? It's a Panuti. It's a Punuti. Punuti. She'll be pulling our boat upriver. How do we know she won't thrash about and sink us instead? They're gentle and timid creatures, for the most part. She's unlikely to cause a fuss unless you give her reason to. First alpacas, now punutis. We're relying on a lot of animals for this journey. We should be thankful we have an animal expert as our guide then. But did it have to be my old nemesis? Another boat. Well, I took you for someone who was up to the challenge. Was I wrong? Long ago, when fighting still raged between the clans, the inhabitants of Kozamuka rode these riverboats. Let me try and say that with a little bit more smoothness. Long ago, when fighting was still raged between the clans, the inhabitants of Kozamuka rode these riverboats to move swiftly through hostile territory. But the vessels see little use with Tural now at peace, so I was able to borrow one with the few which remained. I did consider a dirigible, but the pilots warned me that the updrafts near the falls would make landing difficult. You said you borrowed one, yet there appear to be several on the water. Kona! Is that a smile from him? Lamatier. Traveling up the river, I presume? Seems that way. Does this mean you've earned 2 keystones already? I can't believe how well you've managed despite undertaking the contest alone. I was never alone. I've had my own entourage with me since the beginning. My friends, it's been, well, not that long. I knew they were working with him. Bankred, Uriange, what are you doing here? Escorting a promise, the same as you. I've heard much of the incomparable Archons during my time at the Studium. As soon as the contest was confirmed, I thought who better to recruit to my cause. I contacted the Scholarch, who arranged an introduction to these 2 gentlemen. This second promise had specific requirements. They who would be his assistants must boast both proven survival skills and a mastery of the arcane arts. Thus did Thancred and I receive the summons. My own studies concentrated on technology which our people could readily use, such as inventions born of magitech or clever engineering. Where magic was concerned, I covered the only foundation. Knowing you two, I expect you had other reasons for accepting the job? A few. The nation of Tuliyollal spans an entire continent. Depending on who wins the throne, the world may be plunged into instability once more. Ever have we striven to preserve peace? Where is our place if not here and now? We did our due diligence, of course, and made sure of who we were working with before agreeing to this endeavor. He's even more opaque than Urianger at times, but is surprisingly... That's quite enough of that. We must be on our way. Wait, I have one question before you leave. Got the textures on Urianger's plate. Koana and Wiklamat are vying for the throne. As Koana's entourage, does that mean you'd resolve to defeat all his opponents, including us? We're sworn to do all in our power to win this contest for Koana, even if it means competing against our own comrades. We intend to hold nothing back, and expect you to do the same. And we won't disappoint you. I thought you were taking a boat. If even you have been forced to travel on water, then the others will be doing the same. I would rather walk than risk confrontation on a leaky... I'd rather walk than risk confrontation on a leaky barge with no possibility of retreat. It's true that I can't stand boats, but I trust the route Erenville has chosen for us. Leave the handling of the Punuti to me. Should other wildlife attack us, however, I may have difficulty keeping her under control. Do your best to draw them away, as far from the front of the boat as possible. Then we shall remain on deck and stand guard. Although it may be wise to have at least one of us sit up front with Erenville, just in case. I'd like to stay on the deck. I'm eager to put my pictomancy to the proof. And I'll take any chance to show you that I can hold my own on the battlefield. Then Kryl will stand on guard with Vinta. I'll keep Erenville company then. With my blade, I can respond more quickly to threats than Alfino. Thank you. If a fight breaks out, I'll try to stay out of your way. Then I shall endeavor to provide aid where it is needed. I can do that as well. That should cover most eventualities. Secure your gear and board the boat when you're ready. Oh, my throat. Too much talking in one day. It's been 8 hours of streaming, 8 hours of talking, and now I have unlocked the dungeon. Yeah. Let the hunt begin. God, the expression management has gotten so much better too. Ihui Katsuno. So wait. Oh, they're all-rounders. Oh, I'm curious. Oh, hold on. I'm not gonna do this as a healer or anything. I just want to see. So Alfino's just there as an offensive sage. Interesting. And Wuklamat is called Intrepid.
Let's get to it. Let's get to it.
'Twould be a pleasure as always.
I'm really curious. Well, she probably still just uses her axe. I'm really curious to see Alfino as a DPS. But I can't enter this dungeon as anything else. Anyway, my friends are going to take me through. Whenever they're ready. Ihui Katsumu. God, these names are gonna throw me for a loop forever. This will be the one expansion where I can't name everything. Bakul Jaja? Why is Bakul Jaja ahead of us? Wouldn't we have seen him leaving and decided to wait? Can't see the text. There's a boat like this. Ah! Forget who else is on the river right now. We have company. Viper feels so good. I probably should have debuffed them before I did that. Why is Alize just standing there sword poking? Yes, come closer, we have something for you. A gift courtesy of the Blessed Siblings. I forgot that that is a rear attack. I also appreciate that a Mamulja is sending wyvers at me. Hey, rude. What a bastard. Crippling our boat was a cowardly move. Wait, we actually have to fight one? Oops, I definitely fucked that up. My only defensive skill is to run to another player. Are those ads? No. Oh, shit. Oh my god, stop running just barely out of my range. I see they have fixed the issue that Endwalker had with extremely large hitboxes making melees never lose uptime. What are you doing now? Also, that gap closer does like that no damage. I don't know why I did it. We did it! We won! Woo! This headpiece, and it's still not dyeable. There's a motorcycle outside my building. I can see it peeking the microphone. Not peeking, but... Why did I die? Why did I do that gap closer? I never used my resource gain button. Whoops. Maybe I should just go straight into Pit of Dread when I get to an ad pack. We are really going for that ladder, holy shit. Also, this environment. It's really pretty. Thancred caught on your Yanje. Aw, rude, Thancred. There's no reason to be a poor sport. Ooh, what the hell are these? Oh, they're copying us. Holy shit. What is Tilly wearing? Oh, that must be the body piece from here. He's sleeping. His name is Drowsy. Oh god. They all do line attacks. I don't like this running slowly to the side of the arena shit. I was gonna use that charge, but I see an AoE that could use it. I need to learn when is a good time to actually be doing all these burst buttons, because everything feels just too consistent to really even be considered burst. I don't know. thought I heard danger bongos. Am I wrong? Oops, I have not been paying attention. I have a feeling I'm not going to want any of this dungeon gear. It looks like it might be Grand Cosmos stuff? No, that's not Grand Cosmos. That's, no. That's the Somal gear. The Woad stuff. I think. I'm really gonna need a target for the awakened skills. I used the wrong skill. I haven't actually been looking around, and that's a tragedy. Was that the boss? That had to be the boss. See, this is all the color I've been promised. Apollyon? Oh, hi, animals. Strengthened Apollyon's weak wing beats. Oh god. I'm glad to see that ranged attack, its follow-ups are also ranged. I did not pay attention when I was looking at the skills before that. Are these gonna turn? No, they're gonna alternate. Forearms? Oh, that's mean. Why is it still going? Tully, no! Tully, no! Never run toward a DPS. What is the timing on this attack? I don't understand. Oh my god, of course it has a fucking knockback. Okay. That was intense. A little intense, at least. The tornado, the wind, the blasts from that tornado had such weird timing. I was counting to 3 server ticks, and nope, that's not the timing. Ooh, a rapier. I'll always take some rapiers. It's an ugly rapier, but sure. And off we go to finish the dungeon and wrap things up and stop streaming after 8.5 hours.
This is as far as we can go on foot, it seems. We'll have to head back and see about fixing the boat.
Hey! Everyone all right?
Well, that's convenient timing. I was worried we might not catch up to you. Those caverns you traversed were dug by Yokui in their search for gold. Remnants of their excavations can be found throughout this region. I don't know why this isn't voiced. Well, I appreciate the lesson, O wise guide. Are we landing this boat anytime soon? Our river journey is almost over. For proof of that, you need only look ahead. The falls were impressive enough from a distance, but it's almost too much to bear. Yes, amazing. Now please let me off. God, I'm so hungry. No. No more boats. Why isn't this voiced? Are you? Oh, you're not all right. I should be surprised if she was. Even without the nausea, we're all spent. There is a mountain shelter nearby, a resting spot for those who ascended the stairs. I suggest we make use of it. That would be a welcome respite. Have you the strength for a short walk, Wooklamat? We can rest along the way too. Damn it all. A promise is meant to lead from the front, not mule and moan like a sick kitten. This really should be voiced. They have some weird priorities when choosing what to voice and what not to voice. Wooklamat. Ignore me, it's the nausea talking. I'm fine, really. Lead on. I'll follow. Leaders can get sick and struggle too, it's fine. Very well. But if I might say one thing, just because you're a promise or a claimant to the throne doesn't mean you can't be seen to struggle. You needn't bear this burden alone, so please don't hesitate to talk to us. We're always willing to lend an ear. But Kryl, Ooh, both of these are very good lines. Everyone's allowed to be weak sometimes. Leaning on others is a skill all leaders require. Leaning on others is a skill all leaders require. You as well, Vinta. I've always believed this is my problem alone, but perhaps you have the right of it. Alright, I'll talk about things. Just give me a moment to collect my thoughts. Of course, as long as you need. We'll be waiting at the shelter when you're ready. I've long felt that I could never tell anyone when I was confused or hurting, that admitting to weakness would bring shame to Papa's name. But if you say you're willing to listen, then there are things I'd like to talk about. Come on, let's catch up to the others. Alright, that is something I'm gonna do independently because I need to stop streaming. It's been 8.5 hours to get just to the first dungeon. Holy shit. But either way, I'm glad to be here. I'm having fun. I'm enjoying the story. There are points that are bringing frustration to me because of their choices of screen time, focus, pacing, and choice of when and when not to voice act. But, you know, can't be perfect, can't all be winners, can't be Shadowbringers. Anyway, before I risk going on a long talk about things that, you know, I don't need to focus on the negatives. This is a good game. This is a good expansion so far. I'm excited. I'm here. It's time to play. But I'm very tired. I'm very hungry. I need food and I need to stop. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. Hope you had a good time. Hope you have a great night, and I hope your days stay crystal clear. Oh yeah. Bye-bye. Where's my ending screen? There it is.